button, and when the lights go on, it's because the microphone is working.
Okay, so we're testing the sound. Seems to be working.
Raz, dwa, trzy.
Rita. Hello. Good morning, everybody. Welcome you all for the second day of this conference, 3-day conference. I would like to introduce you to Marcus Cruz. Marcus is currently based in London, where he runs he will talk about that, but it's a research center, BioID. Marcus got his PhD at the Bartlett. Before that, he went to school in Portugal and Barcelona. He also taught at UCLA. And Marcus travels a lot. I mean, like a lot. And he collaborates with a number of institutions in very different countries and very different cultural contexts. So I met Marcus in different continents. And I think it's a great honor and a great privilege to have him with us today. So please welcome Marcus, and the stage is yours.
Thank you. Is this on? Yeah, this is on. Thank you, Pedro, and thank you for this invitation. When Pedro wrote me, I have to admit I wrote back and said, I'm honored, but I'm not an expert in waterfront cities. It's not my research topic. And Pedro wrote back and said, no, I don't want you to talk about waterfront cities. We have lots of experts. I actually would like you to talk about your research, because that's probably more interesting in the context of what we are doing. So bear with me. There might be bits that you are interested in and others that you might not have no interest. And what I just explained is I took my research and I gave it a little twist to hopefully adjust it to the context of what I think you might be discussing. So I actually, in fact, didn't give it a title on purpose. But what I'm going to show you, maybe in a bit of a zoom in, zoom out process, is I'm going to start very small. And as a trained architect who works with scientists nowadays a lot, one of the things that I learned as an architect was a lot to look at with a sort of tape measure things and give it sort of a large scale sense to things. What I was far less trained to do was to look inwards in a more invasive manner into things. The image that you see here is from a PhD student, Alex Lakatushu, who's zooming into these very small scale conditions where you have consortia of bacteria, cyanobacteria, algae, and mosses, and trying to understand how these consortia operate. Because as we know, we have increasingly more of an awareness that the microbiome is incredibly important for our health, but it's incredibly important for the entire ecological balance that we have. And on the one hand, we have the conversation about the grand beast, the grand hyperobject, which is climate change, which is on a vast scale that actually went beyond of what we can control. And then we have another hyperobject, which is the microbiome. And as we all know, we still understand very little what is in our guts. Very, very little, as a matter of fact. We are just starting to understand that the importance it has. And the microbiome on a very, very small scale is regulated by multiple factors which we have no control over. And if we think about the macro impact of climate change and think about what that means on a very small microscopic scale and how that has then an impact directly on us, we have a very interesting dynamic here of scales. We're talking about a very large scale and a very, very small scale. I mean, these images are absolutely extraordinary that Alex is doing because it actually shows how the protonema of mosses relies on a sequence of growth where you have these very initial early formations of biofilms. And this is now zooming out slightly, where you have these very wet conditions of biofilms that are created, and they're very capable to, in a way, cover any surface that we have outdoors. So anything that has water and that is exposed outdoors will have a formation of biofilms. We don't see them with our eyes, but they have a very consistent capability of lasting very long. And the funny thing is that what we do a lot in BioID and in my profession currently is, as my colleagues Brenda Parker, Annette Salmane there on the left, and Alex Lakatushu, we go to places and we go straight away to look into something. And spend time sort of trying to understand what's going on that small scale, because we can then start zooming out almost in this Walter Benjamin monad principle. If I understand the small and I gradually zoom out, I might explain the entire world around me. What we have realized, not as the only ones, the Max Planck Institute in Germany and other places have done substantial studies on what is called cryptogamic surface cover. And the entire world's surface is covered with small species that we give no importance to. So what you see here is a whole series of basically conditions where this biocolonization is gradually taking over. Now, what you realized after the Max Planck Institute did this study is that 7% of the global carbon absorption from the air is done by these little species. And if you think politically, we talk a lot about greening cities and putting parks and trees, but what we don't talk about is this little stuff that grows in every single corner, and the wetter the environment is, the more we have them growing. But obviously, politically, it has no impact. Nobody can sort of proclaim that the cryptogamic surface cover in Lisbon is bigger, and therefore we will win elections. Nobody wins elections with that. The point is that they are really important, because stuff that is so small has the capability to absorb and do the carbon uptake of 7%. And 50% of the global nitrogen fixation is done with these little species. So there you sort of get the sense of magnitude of stuff that is so small but really plays a role. Now, this is what happens in an extraordinary way, which is when it rains, these species are to a large extent poikilohydric. Now, it's a sort of a bit of a complicated biological word, but it's really, really important. Poikilohydry is the capacity that these little cryptogams have, that are species that propagate through spores, to absorb water, get out of their dormant state, and become photosynthetic. And they do it within minutes, hours, days. And this is why there's something very interesting that happens, which is that you might have a drought period. You look around, everything looks very dry. And the moment it starts raining, many cities turn completely green. And you start saying, oh gosh, these buildings look so green, so derelict, because the algae and the cyanobacteria, it's all there. They're just waiting. And the mosses, so the bryophytes in general, are all there waiting as well. So poikilohydry is this capacity of switching on and off photosynthetic activity in a very intelligent way, because these species are so rudimentary in their evolution, because they're so early on in the plant evolution and the evolution of life on our Earth, that they didn't develop any specialization. So other plants, as we see them outside here, trees have developed particular types of root systems, leaf systems to adjust to their environmental conditions. Cryptogams didn't. Therefore, they exist everywhere. They're very non-specialized to some extent, but that's their intelligence. They don't necessarily die. They stay on. Now, the other phenomenon that is what I want to talk about a bit more today is on bioreceptivity. You might have heard this term now because it's becoming more pervasive that people talk about bioreceptivity. In fact, this term was coined by a biochemical engineer, Olivier Guillit from Belgium, in 1995. And in the field of conservation, where the conservationists were discussing a lot the problems they had with biocolonization of surfaces, Olivier Gilliet turned the whole thing upside down and said that in a way, every single material we have, as it says there, has an ability to be biocolonized by living organisms. So every single material we use outdoors, in fact indoors as well, but obviously outdoors we have more moisture, will be at some point biocolonized. It's just that some materials will do that more than others. Now, what he also realized is that not all the biocolonization is negative. Therefore, the efforts that we have done for decades, which is to clean our buildings, to make them look clean and pristine, so that we all feel psychologically, happy that we are having the place in order. And the places that don't do that, we feel very nervous about because they either don't have the money or they neglect their context. In fact, what we are doing is to remove life from our buildings, but we also, in fact, removing something that is very counter-natural. It will come back again, for sure, because every single material is bioreceptive. Saint-Martin and his colleagues actually took the idea of bioreceptivity in 21 and rewrote and looked at it many years later and talked about this primary, secondary, tertiary, and quaternary bioreceptivity as much as bioreceptivity in submerged and subsoil environments. In other words, there are different phases of bioreceptivity, and the quaternary phase is the one which is human-made, is where we have an impact, which is not the natural occurrence, is where we promote something to happen. And I briefly will talk about the aquatic bioreceptivity, which is not my specialism, and move then into the terrestrial one. But maybe this more a bit in your context. There's a lot going on about 3D printing and creating underneath the sea or in the sea all sorts of conditions where we are, in fact, doing one thing, is augment the surface area. That's what we're doing. We are creating spatial conditions and augmenting the surface area for algae, corals, and other species to occupy what we are producing in areas where there is very little of that. So there are, as you can see here, numerous examples, and you Google them and you will have, tons of, and more, increasingly more cases where institutes, marine zoology institutes with, in fact, designers and architects are working collaboratively to design for the sea. You have here the case of eConcrete, which is a company that is designing these components made out of concrete that are not only a sea defense mechanism, but at the same time creating all these little niches and spaces for this biodiversity to develop. And another group, the Reef Design Lab, has done these very beautiful, interesting components. Again, an attempt to use design tools and apply the knowledge we have in dry environments and bring them into the marine system in order to increase the marine biodiversity. And very interesting here is actually this condition of the intertidal zones, the zones that are partly in water and partly outside water, according to the tidal variance. And that, for me, is really interesting, because we get then into a condition where we have saline conditions, we have freshwater conditions, and the sheer diversity that exists in exactly those ecotones and these transition areas is absolutely fascinating. This is just where I came from in Porto, where I was a few days, and I went to the riverbank close to the sea, and there you get what you get everywhere. Now, as it always happens, and as Mary Douglas, the anthropologist, many years ago said, there is no such thing as dirt. Dirt is a concept, and it's matter out of place. In this case, we think it's in place, so we have no problem with that. So we look at it and say, oh, it's a bit algae, seaweed, It's fine. We don't want too much of it when we design our front lines. We don't want too much of this murky, messy stuff. But a bit of it is fine, because we accept it as being part of the normal condition. Is it in a place where we haven't planned it, like this, we think, oh, this needs to be removed straight away. We have a problem here, because it's matter out of place. Now, the extraordinary things of this is that this is a bit of moss, lots of particle matter and dirt, hairs. It's in Camden Town, in a little mews, where there's a staircase of a building probably built 40 years ago. And I remember passing by and thinking, this is the most extraordinary bioreceptive wall. I mean, there is a lot of amazing stuff going on here. And in fact, it's alive. It absorbs carbon dioxide. It produces oxygen. I don't have to do anything about this. I don't have to irrigate it. I don't have to maintain it. And it does its job. Why? Because there is a surface roughness to the material. And there are certain crevices and certain conditions. There's a feeder area of water as well that washes all this dirty stuff onto the wall. And what do these species do? They thrive. They propagate. That's what they do. So that made me think that we might have to change our attitude. And in fact, with a colleague in the University of Coimbra, where they do a lot of studies on cork and corkcrete, we were collaborating, sitting there, and he said, I need to take you to the building that Albarracín and Soto de Mora had done for Hanover, because this building is still there. Let's have a look if anything is growing on the cork. And we had arrived on the other side, and there was nothing growing. I thought, okay, this is going to kill my hypothesis in my project. Because in fact, cork is not bioreceptive, until we turned around, and the north facade of this building, which is not there for a long time, is entirely covered. I'm sure that Cisa and Soto de Mora are appalled by seeing the wall like that. They must have sort of said, how are these institutions, public institutions, neglecting our architecture? This is absolutely extraordinary. Look at that. Lichens. I counted with my eyes 6 types of different lichens, and lichens are very slow-growing species. So you look at that, and you think the wall is alive. Now, we don't call it a living wall or a green wall, because we haven't done it on purpose. It was not done for that purpose. We don't maintain it, again. We don't create any irrigation mechanisms that we introduce. Hence, this is pretty sustainable. It just does its thing. And it doesn't destroy the cork surface either, because lichens don't really have roots, so they can't really penetrate through the cork. And they're known not to keep moisture for very long either. So what they're doing is they're covering the cork. And I might not be here, and maybe none of us will be here, but maybe in 50 years' time, if this building is standing, we might have an entirely corroded cork facade on the other sides, and we might have this one here pretty intact, with all the lichens being protected. And so that's where the conversations about conservationism of buildings becomes very complicated, which is what do you allow and what not? What is about our cultural perceptions and expectations, and how that faces what in reality biologically and ecologically is actually happening, and on the material sciences needs to be dealt with or not. So before I created BioID, and I will go into that in a minute, I was always interested in this relationship between the human artifice, means that us designers and what is growing. And during the London Olympics, we won one of these, what was called by the mayor, the Wonder installations. And we installed it, and the idea was to create a folly. We called it the Al Gazebo. In fact, it was a gazebo in the park, where we were combining on 3 scales growth. So on the one hand, we had a large scale where this double steel curvature, which was in itself a quite complex and novel process of manufacturing, was almost like an exfoliated or peeled off bark of a tree. And at the same time, it would become a scaffold to hold plants that would grow into it. Then we thought maybe it's also like an inverted foliage, because we needed to take weight from these canopies of this 1 centimeter thick steel, corten steel, which was very heavy. So by removing material, we gave it lightness. We used then quite, at that time, advanced Caramba software, which had been developed by Bollinger and Grohmann at the University of Vienna, who worked on this project and applied it for one of the first times, which is a new calculation of distributed forces that actually applies more to nature than to buildings. So we didn't need any reinforcement, but at the same time, we're creating what we call this inverted foliage. It's almost like a shadow system that works in the opposite manner. And then on a very small scale, we introduced algae containers. We didn't inject the algae into it, we only into some of the containers, but rather than letting it grow randomly in sort of green liquid containers, we thought, is there a way that we maybe have a carbon impregnation of 3D prints? And since algae wants carbon, maybe they grow around them, and that's exactly what happens. So you see on the right-hand side, the algae only growing around the 3D printed pieces that were inside agar. The agar didn't allow the algae to flow around. And what we thought about was to introduce not only on a smaller scale these species that were actually coming from the surrounding site. So this was algae from the surrounding, not from somewhere else. And in terms of manufacturing and maintenance, without any maintenance, to insert it when something was manufactured in Germany and the algae was being produced in London, the engineering was done in Austria, and somehow we coordinated and it was all installed and worked. And we thought this multi-scalar system is interesting. We then did, a year later, a wall we called the algoselenoi. In fact, we didn't call it bioreceptive because the term was yet not in our jargon. It was still very much concentrated on sort of, again, the cycles of, or circles of conservationists. So we built this wall in order to let it be biocolonized. And it had also a depth. It had these different surface conditions where the morphology of the surface was supposed to hold and attract growth. And then the middle points were these nuclei, where we had, in fact, algae grown in the lab. And still, for me nowadays, what is really, really fascinating is that when you do something that is inoculated in a lab and you expose it and you let other areas grow naturally, you have a very difficult transition. In fact, the scientists I work with, and I don't know anybody else who knows exactly how to work with consortia of species grown in a lab, in vitro, and then how the exposure to the outdoors can happen. There's a complete lack of knowledge. We just about have a bit of knowledge with one species, monocultures. When we get into polycultures, there's absolutely no idea. We have no control whatsoever over that. So the transition, or even this process of getting it out of the lab and exposing it outdoors, or doing the reverse, is a very difficult situation. Hence, often the very big separation between what scientists do in the lab, what people do with externally exposed, monitored conditions, and then this incredibly difficult conversation of, can you extrapolate the data from one into the other? Very, very complicated. Now, because of all this, I created with my colleague Brenda Parker from biochemical engineering at UCL what we call biointegrated design. So we thought somehow through previous conversations that we're lacking in an academic context a research lab where biochemical engineers who usually focus on pharmaceuticals and architects who have obviously the construction industry, two giants in terms of industrial fields, but with no connection, we felt maybe there is an opportunity to start talking here about a new ground, a new field. And we created the first wet lab in an architecture school, which was for those who are in architecture schools, you can imagine the challenges, the red flags that went up straight away, that this is impossible. First of all, why do we need it? How do we even manage the finances of such an expensive facility? We have our workshops and they're expensive enough, but when you get into wet labs, the equipment is seriously expensive. And then who maintains that? Who actually has the know-how? And look, fortunately, we have the biochemical engineers, and Brenda took that leadership. But we also created a network, what we call an ecology of people who have many different parts of knowledge that come together. So this mixed expertise is really important to inform the studies of the students, not only in a master's course of 2 years, but also with PhD and other funded research. So it goes into robotics, biological research, biochemical engineering, design, advanced computation, etc. And we were very fortunate, and are fortunate, that we sit not in central London, we sit in the Olympic Park, in the building which is called UCL here East. And engineers and architects actually got together, and they needed more space. We needed high ceilings and a place where we could manufacture and do things that in the studio was impossible. So we have the studio spaces, but we have big chambers and equipment, and gradually, and that was the logic, which is in fact true, the silos of the different engineering groups and the silos of the architects and people who work in the built environment are starting to gradually blur away, because people are starting to collaborate, because they realize that the knowledge that the other ones have is enormously complementary to what they know. So interdisciplinarity is obviously a big term, but it's difficult to translate it often into a reality. And as we all know, it depends on people. You can have the most extraordinary department. If you have the wrong people inside it, you will never collaborate. You might have a crappy facility, but if there's an amazing person, you can do miracles. And that's how we gradually are finding our way through. It's attracting a lot of interest, I have to admit. Norman Foster came the other day around, and was very curious to know more about bioreceptive materials and the stuff we were doing. In his Norman Foster Foundation in Madrid, he invited me over, but actually Brenda as well, the following year. And there is this sort of grand antennas of Norman looking around of what is really novel, what's going on. And I show you a tiny film here that we actually presented at the last Venice Biennale, which should be a tiny bit of a cross-section through some of the themes we deal with.
Biointegrated design defines a path towards our future human habitat, where nature plays a central role that goes beyond being a model or inspiration. It is the medium of a multi-layered design approach that is biologically and socially integrated. BioID takes life-changing phenomena such as biotechnology and the impact of climate change as the foundation for a bioreceptive and more sustainable built environment. Cyanobacteria catalyze biomineralization of carbon dioxide into calcium carbonate, enabling the growth of biocomposites with structural integrity for application as a bulk material in architecture. Ceramic tiles can be covered with protective living microbial biofilms that self-assemble to create chromatic variations of iridescence and peculiar luminosity. Combining self-generative processes with multi-physics simulations allows for reciprocal testing and design protocols to achieve high-resolution objects. Robotically extruded hydrogels are being developed to produce new living membranes in which immobilized algae can absorb carbon and release oxygen in purposely built facades. Multiple regenerative processes have been produced to include the reuse of food waste as a biodegradable yet stable construction material that can be manufactured into complex morphologies. The uptake of contaminants from water using scaffolds containing self-sustaining algae integrate the complexities of form, biological activity, and fluid dynamics. Biophotovoltaics mediate the conversion of light energy into electrical energy using photosynthetic ecologies of microorganisms in designed roof and building components. Microprinted three-dimensional surfaces are being manufactured to absorb moisture in non-gravity environments. They are being tested in parabolic flights for later use in the International Space Station. Biointegrated design work emerges from interfacial properties of materials, organisms, and their surroundings. The result is emergent hybrid technologies that generate radically new environments infused with natural and synthetic living forms.
Show us a second little film where maybe I show you a bit sort of work where the interface between robotic extrusions and hydrogels, which obviously fully embedded with water, and nutrients and algae have been tested. There's a lot of progression from this work onwards on other levels. But this was actually very groundbreaking. We had a peer-reviewed journal article that was very important, highly cited, that talks about exactly this protocol of having algae cells within the extrusions still living, and how then desiccation processes are happening with these hydrogels. So there's a control over the water processes in the hydrogels. There are different types of algae, different densities of algae within the hydrogel. And as you can imagine, these are sort of steps, pre-steps to allow us to move on to other projects. Now, the one you see here is actually more recent, and it steps into a very important area, which is circular economy of materials. We were approached by the sugar company Tate & Lyle in London, who have large chunks of calcium carbonate that they throw in landfills, which are needed for sugar refinement. The problem with the sugar refinement is that they need to have certain chemicals that go through the sugar. They remove the molasses and other organic matter, and at the end they have large piles of calcium carbonate. And we use the calcium carbonate and combine it with different other minerals and gels, and created the composite that we then build a wall for the Waste Age exhibition at the Design Museum in London. This exhibition at the museum was a very important moment because it was, in fact, a very inward-looking process by the design field, looking at itself, saying we might be one of the biggest contributors to waste in the world because we are creating the demand for more design when at the end we often don't need it, and then it's all chucked into a bin. And Waste Age was really a sort of an attempt to look at, are there alternatives? What's the history of waste? What's the history of design? What's the history of these two combined? And is the future giving us a new direction for more sustainable design? And our proposal here was to start looking into walls that have acoustic capabilities and also thermal capabilities. We called it a proto-architectural wall, but also an ornamental quality. And in fact, the biggest advantage of this material is the capacity to absorb moisture. And in conversations with companies like Foster & Partners, we realized that moisture is a very difficult issue to control inside environments. Unless you use dehumidifiers, which obviously need energy and maintenance, etc., the way you have a system of control of excessive moisture is really, really difficult. And this is a passive absorption mechanism that you can have in with such a wall. Obviously, there were very complex manufacturing conversations here, the calibration of the material with the type of extrusion, these lamella, as we call them, that are these very thin extruded walls, and how they were extruded horizontally and then shifted vertically. So there's an issue of grip and stability of the material. But there's also a language issue, which is to do with the ornamental qualities and certain macrogeometries and microgeometries that we had on the material. The other thing that is really fascinating, and I'm slightly coming back to the initial topic of bioreceptivity, is that we had a student from Saudi Arabia who started talking about deserts and the fact that there is no water. So she said, she got my point and our point about hydrogels and bioreceptivity in places that have water, and we were in London and said it rains a lot, actually not that much, but much more than in Saudi Arabia. The problem is, when it doesn't rain, there's no life. What do you do then? We then started looking at it really and realized quite quickly that it's full of life. In fact, some scientists in Chile, in the desert of Atacama, have done some substantial studies on how cyanobacteria is in these desert crusts. And it has this extraordinary capacity to travel. In other words, when there's no rainfall and it's too hot, the cyanobacteria travels down and stays a few centimeters underneath this crust, protected, thermally protected, dormant, waiting for the next rainfall. And then twice a year or 3 times a year, when there's rainfall, it travels up and the entire desert is covered with a green surface. And it's photosynthetic. Perhaps for only a few days, or a week or 2, and then it travels down back into the soil again. And he thought, if these mechanisms are possible, can we start rethinking our roofs? Can we start rethinking how our walls are made? Perhaps we have mechanisms, and in fact I wrote in an article called Poikilohydric Design, thinking, can we have systems that passively switch on and off, sometimes actively, sometimes passively, their activity that is photosynthetic, rather than having to have green walls that are our friendly enemies, so to speak. I love green walls, but we have to be critical about them. They are expensive and they are unsustainable because they need a lot of water and need to be irrigated, etc. And that made me think about another aspect. We talk a lot about the Anthropocene, and I will make a comment about that a bit later. But one day I was somehow thinking, has anybody made a calculation of how much surface area we have added as humans to the world surface? And I thought, never seen that. And then you see these images, and live in big cities, and you think, every building has a facade and a roof and has cornices and little parapets and all sorts of stuff that is surface area. And because we are so focused on increasing surface area, I love radiators, by the way, not necessarily functionally, but I find them very intelligent because they can compact in a small area a lot of surface area. And I thought, we create a lot of surface area. But do we know how much it is? Now, I then looked at, geographic sort of calculations and areas, and you say, Portugal is this size, and the United Kingdom is that size, and the biggest country on earth is Russia. But that's all the surface area only of rocks and plains and valleys, etc. But when we get to cities, nobody has actually the calculation of calculating that, flattening it out, and saying, New York is probably, and that was my speculation, New York as a footprint might have an area, but if we would take all the surface area and flatten it, it might be 10 times bigger? Is it 15 times bigger? I don't know. Now imagine sprawling cities. And another statistic which is pretty shocking, and that is that our built environment is going to double within the next 30 to 50 years. And a colleague of mine in another department of the Bartlett Faculty of Built Environment said, no, that's the prediction. I said, but that's impossible. We will collapse. I mean, we are collapsing right now, let alone if we have double the amount of construction area. This is impossible. And he said, I know, there is something that doesn't work out. Now, if we are doubling our surface area, we ought to do something about this. So I did a very little sort of primitive study. I said, okay, let me quickly calculate if you have a sort of London small scale sort of Victorian terrace, and I just look at the footprint and then calculate roughly just the volume, how big is it? And it's sort of 3.24 times the surface area of its footprint. I thought, okay, if you go to a sort of mid-side building, you know, the Camden Town Hall annex, over 6 times. So that's interesting. And that's not calculating all the little crevices and variations on windows and doors and etc. And you get to obviously larger buildings, skyscrapers. The Shard, the tallest building in Europe, has a footprint that is of a certain size, footprint 3,000 square meters, but the surface area of the entire is over 18 times. So that starts creating a different magnitude. If you think about the large, big cities in the world, how they are growing vertically, how much surface area there is. And that makes me have a bit of the hypothesis that if we are clever about our surfaces, maybe turning them poikilohydric, maybe making them more absorbent, maybe making them more of a sponge to control our water management when we have large amounts of rainfall, maybe we have actually a great opportunity here, rather than the problem of creating too hot cities, you know, the problem of the heat island, etc. So the other thing that for us in BioID is really interesting, as we are interested in biology, is the speciation on buildings. And that's, again, when you start sort of digging a bit deeper what other people have done. Oliver Gilbert spent most of his life looking at lichens and has realized that in some of the old courtyards of old churches in the United Kingdom, it's full of lichens that don't grow anywhere else. In fact, they didn't exist before. So there's an Anthropocene, means a legacy of humans to have created, through their spaces and the use of materials, a condition and a surrounding for biology to adjust and to speciate. And speciation nowadays is understood as happening much quicker in very different rhythms, obviously with different plants. But we might be looking outdoors here, and there might be species here that we don't know about that are already speciated and particular to this place that don't exist anywhere else. In fact, at the University of Coimbra, the old cathedral has a fungi that has now the name of the cathedral, because it's a fungi that only exists inside that cathedral. Can you imagine? It's a fungi that is specific to the old cathedral of Coimbra. And that type of incredibly specific adaptation is of great relevance to us when we are changing and doing everything that we are doing. For a long time, I have been fascinated with this because as a child, I visited our sort of national heritage and the most important window, which we love dearly. But for a long time, and I got a sort of little newspaper article from my dearest mother, who sometimes sends me things that she thinks is important. And in fact, here she got it right, which was a debate in Portugal between politicians and conservationists about what to do with the most important window of the country. Because it's full of growth and they don't like it. But they can't take it away because if they, water jet it, the ornament's gone because the sandstone is very porous, is very bioreceptive. And I went more recently to have a look, and I was mesmerized. I mean, I looked at it and I thought, isn't this an amazing living piece that was built many centuries ago and it has gradually evolved into this fantastically biodiverse ecology. Well, in fact, the convent of Tomar, the convent of Christ, which I think is a must-see building for anybody who visits Portugal, is entirely covered with mosses and lichens and fungi. It's absolutely phenomenal. And it looks like this. Now, as I said, this is not easy to accept because it's seen as a neglect. It's seen as in our various societies as a problem. There is a very important shift that happened in my mind because I did many years of a PhD study focused on the notion of an architectural skin. It's the most important metaphor that we use in architecture. Every building has a fancy skin, or people ask you, what's the skin of the building? It's a metaphor, as many metaphors we use in architecture. But I thought there is something more interesting maybe, which is the bark. We don't use it. We don't say, oh, that's an interesting architectural bark. But we ought to do that maybe because barks have a big difference, and it's a conceptual difference. The skin, as it has been written about by historians, in particular Adrian Forty, has an association with being something that is thin and pure, because it comes from a construction of the bourgeois body of the 18th and 19th century. And we still nowadays believe that a building's skin is a thin membrane. We take it for granted, and there's no word really to talk about thickness in architecture, which we got rid of in the early 20th century. Now, the idea of the bark implies something else, which is being a host for stuff that grows and changes. It's just there. And I thought, if we start shifting that, and you can imagine you'll spend many years of your life focusing on one idea, and then some years later you think, waste of time, actually more interesting to look at something else. You realize that there is a whole morphology and complexity of how barks have typologies. Now, very quickly, I talk a lot about impure aesthetics because we come from a tradition of 20th century obsession with purity and perfection. And the modernists were unbelievably focused on that. We all know that there has been a cultural construct in the West, mainly, that was then sort of expanded to the rest of the world, that purity matters. And hybridity is a problem. And what we need in architecture is clarity, sharp angles, clear lines. It's still in any architecture school, tell me how your project is. And if it's a bit unclear or murky or has blurred boundaries, it becomes a problem because you can't control it. So there is a problem of aesthetics. How do we accept when things are unpredictable in terms of their growth and their geometry? In fact, in Romanticism, we have an interesting counter moment where there's a whole philosophy in Western culture about integrating the notion of weathering and aging. We like the idea that something that is aged is actually more valuable. It binds us back into cycles of nature. And you think, we lost it. Interestingly, how we had such a peak of this understanding in the mid and then late 19th century, and we get into the opposite attitude in the 20th century through standardization, industrialization, and modernists who had aestheticists who had told them that things have to be white, have to have a sharp or round corner in order to be hygienic. And in fact, the hygienic moment of design has entirely taken over when we know that there's no scientific proof that a white, clean surface of a kitchen is cleaner than a piece of stone that has a bit of porosity. There's absolutely no evidence. We know that. In fact, the other way around. If that would be the case, it might be better for our microbiome than if we use a lot of detergents to clean it. But that becomes even a more complex conversation. The point here that I'm just making is that the problem of aesthetics is that there is an acceptance issue here. For some reason, this image is not kicking in. Okay. So we have a problem of aesthetics, of acceptance, of expectation. But we have a problem also of how we work on different scales. The multiscalar approach is very difficult. We tend to be focused on one approach where somebody deals with a large scale, and that's what the person focuses on, or the person who focuses on a very small scale. When you bridge different scales, you need different expertise. And that becomes difficult when you go from the microscopic scale of the material towards what we call more the sort of the bas-relief surface area, and then you get into the tectonics of buildings and spaces. I think the computer's getting tired. Maybe I need to hurry up. I'm talking for 54 minutes. So let me see. Usually the computer's the sign is my sort of wake-up call, saying hurry up. So we looked a lot at materials, and we still do. We spend a lot of time looking at surface roughness, porosity levels, types of compositions. We do work with concrete, with different types of concrete, because it's the most material used on Earth. And we look at these notions of biocolonization in different degrees, how quickly they happen, what capillary action is in the materials, because all this is relevant for us to start designing for what I call designing for aging buildings. We need to shift from designing for new buildings and actually design for buildings that are going to age. But if we want them to age in a meaningful manner, then we need to design with that purpose in mind. Otherwise, we all will see it, always will see the weathering as a problem. It's it's aging. That's interesting. It's just a normal slide. Let's see. So we got a big grant a few years ago from the EPSRC, from the Engineering and Physical Sciences Council, Research Council, in architecture, which was quite unusual. The engineers, they have their suspicions that the architects can't manage it and won't do greatly with it. But I think we did. We built quite a few components, and after many iterations, we had then a series of panels with what was magnesium phosphate concrete compared with Portland concrete, ordinary Portland concrete. And we had these panels exposed for 12 months. We had some of them prepared and inoculated and others not, and looked at what happened. And I'm going to be honest with you. Interesting. I think I'm going to go back to the same image again, interestingly. I don't know what's happening. This is very strange. I heard once from somebody that good presentations always have technical problems. So, okay, then here we are. I don't know. I go to the. Oh, I jumped one of the images. Doesn't matter. Yeah, doesn't matter. That's okay. So in that situation, what happened is that actually there are even some images missing, but it's okay. The narrative flows.
That's from shifting from a Mac to a PC.
Maybe. So what we did is we really had a weather station, we monitored, and we got to 2 or 3 very interesting conclusions, not the ones we were expecting. The first one is that London has far too little rain. So that took this myth off the table that we have a lot of rain. No, we have far too little rain and less and less. The other thing we realized is that the material that we thought was bioreceptive, in fact, was less bioreceptive because the pore size was too big. So there was too much desiccation happening in the depth of the material. But the biggest statement we got out of this was the Portland concrete panels were in fact bioreceptive and had growth because of the design of the surface. And I managed to, sorry for the engineers in the room, to prove them wrong that instead of doing only studies with flat panels, and I insisted that I could not do it only with flat panels, and they said, but you have too many parameters. And I said, I don't care, because we are going to design. Because if we don't design, we miss the point. And in fact, we managed to get one thing out of this, which is design matters. Because if you have a design that has this type of complexity, you retain water, and once you retain water, you will have growth. And that can be on the surface or within the surface of the material or within the material itself. The moment you retain water, you will have growth at some point in time. And therefore, we looked at, I don't know what to do. I mean, this is really not moving forward. Should I? Okay. It's just annoying. So we looked at mixes of materials, multi-materiality, ways of getting what we call selective growth into certain areas. We also looked at how the manufacturing process, when you decide on toolpaths that usually are given to you when you use 3D sort of milling machines, is in fact, if you design the toolpath, you create systems where you can slow down the water runoff. And we have spent a lot of time talking about water runoff. And water runoff is that, if you think historically, we have focused in our architectural design all the time. We want to get rid of water. I guess in this group here on water seafronts, with rising sea levels, your problem is water. And guess what? In cities, too much water, too much rainfall, and too quickly creates floods and is a huge problem. What we have been talking about is retaining water, absorbing the water, actually, in fact, slowing it down in order to be able to make use of it. So we have done numerous studies on different types of families of geometries, from more ornamental to less ornamental, deeper crevices. This always has an implication of how you then can manufacture and make these things. We worked with industrial partners to look at the complexities of how you create the molds, and then how you create actually the components from the molds, because this is quite a complex process. There was a lot of simplification we had to go through, because we came with our academic hat on and then moved into a sort of industrial condition, and had to put that hat on and realized things don't work as we expect. But we built the first bioreceptive wall with moss transplanted on it for the exhibition at the Centre Pompidou a few years ago, which was really a big moment and milestone to make a case that perhaps there is a way, not only that we can manufacture this, but where there's also a dialogue between the geometries of nature and the geometries of the artifice that are human-made and designed. We then installed, actually, this wall, and here we are at the St. Anne's primary school gardens in South London. And here we are sort of on one of the cloudy days transplanting moss onto this wall, which we have been now monitoring. And we left on purpose some of the panels without anything and are seeing how they are weathering. So the conditions of the observation of weathering materials and designs is really important to understand how quickly they're biocolonized, how they last, and this was done in this little primary school, where this becomes actually a very interesting surrounding for the children. And although this is a rendering, but I don't have right now yet the good photos, but this was the first integration in a building design that I didn't do. This was an extension of another architect in Scotland, where we have the same panels with pretty much the same orientation as the St. Anne's school courtyard, where we are now checking also the monitoring the weathering there. And I dash through, because I'm aware of time, that this has implications on larger scale design. In fact, many years before, with my partner Marian Coletti at the time, we designed these towers for Taipei, and we didn't call them barks, architectural barks, but that was the idea, that the top is pretty dry, and gradually in a subtropical environment like Taiwan, that there would be an increase of growth, and the lower you would be getting, the more greening there would be, and then a relationship and a sort of transition into the park. And some years later, with some students, they did a competition under our guidance for New York, and you can see how the facade condition, the notion of what is a facade, starts sort of shifting into a different language. There's a level of gradually appropriating a language that speaks the language of unpredictability, porosity. And Brenda and I went on a visit to a beautiful place in Scotland called the Devil's Pulpit, which is an incredible gorge that exists. And we were walking around, looking up, and I was saying to her, wouldn't it be amazing that our future facades are like this? That they're cliffs. Wouldn't it be extraordinary? I mean, we need to shift our thinking. Wouldn't it be amazing if we can have light coming through into our buildings, but there's a level of breathability, diversity, there's a material shift, there's sedimentations happening. My God, we need to learn more from this. In fact, there's the urban cliff theory that was written by some authors in North America, but they have a slightly different angle. I'm taking it more literally, thinking cliffs might be the recipe for our future cities in terms of our facades. I shift to a few different topics just that you get a bit of a cross-section of some of the things we are dealing with. This was actually a student of ours last year who, for the Lisbon Triennale, and I see here Christina and Diogo sitting in the audience as the main curators of the Triennale, he was selected and exhibited, and he has worked with cork to create these permeable green walls. And in fact, one of the really beautiful aspects of this is that he extracted suberin, which is the resin from cork, and then he not only milled the cork components, but he extruded with a robot the suberin composite onto these components. And then there is an adjustment of structural rigidity, water management, but also the condition of the root length. And when you think about it, green walls usually are opaque, and they have a real problem with windows. So this idea that you can control the porosity, and you have light coming through the back of the window with a material that is as extraordinary as cork seems to be really quite an interesting idea. With some other students, we are looking at riverfronts, as a matter of fact, and seafronts, and looking at how we can maybe start designing our edge conditions in a different way by creating gradual transitions between our hard edge into a soft edge to the water. And by creating these conditions, these rock pools, these artificial rock pools, perhaps what we are doing is naturally stimulating a type of growth. And I get here more to the end by saying we very recently created a big network with 5 universities in the UK and around 30 partners. The University of Manchester, University of Newcastle, London South Bank University, the St Andrews Botanic Gardens, and the engineering company Price & Myers. And we got together to put together a big grant application and work that we are continuing, which we call Designs for the Biocene Human Habitat. And I explained briefly why we use the word biocene. As you know, the Anthropocene is a term we use, but is actually not officially accepted. It's a term that has been notionally used because the anthro means human impact. But geologists and meteorologists, etc., haven't yet accepted that this is the era we are in, because we don't have yet the proof that the sufficient strata that will remain as the Anthropocene. Now, if this is a concept, the Anthropocene, we thought, I think we need another one. We need another concept that we place somewhere in the next 50 years where our built environment is going to double, and challenge ourselves to think backwards, to say if what we are aiming at cannot be the Anthropocene as we know it, it needs to be something else, and we are calling it the biocene for obvious reasons. If we are talking about a sustainable future where we keep and bring the carbon back into the soils and have a completely different type of circular economy in place and bioeconomy, and we have a net zero, the grand term that everywhere is used, everything has to be net zero, what is that era that we're talking about? And we call it the biocene. And start thinking, if the human habitat is a biocene human habitat, we need to start preparing towards that future in a different way. So we have done a few projects. This one, it's a bit dark, you hardly can see it, but we did it for a competition in Canada. And it's to do with the garden design, and it has to do with the relationship of proximity between users and the microbiome, and how humid environments, and what our big friend Mark Spencer, an amazing botanist in the UK, calls the refugia of plants. A beautiful word, refugio, the refugia of plants, the places where they are protected and can thrive. In fact, our bioreceptivity is nothing more than, on a microscopic scale, often the refugia of plants. We also started doing something that for me is very close to my heart, which is the notion of typologies. Now that's a sort of dodgy territory in architectural terms, because we know that the digital era that was sort of started in the 90s, 80s into the 90s, the biggest advocates of the digital sort of change in architecture were highly against the notion of typology. You know, even people like Zaha Hadid, when she was alive, was talking highly against it and saying we were liberated by getting rid of typologies. And what did we gain? Topologies. And I have to admit, I'm incredibly interested in advanced digital processes and languages. But I was suspicious about the fact that we were replacing a term by a term that was more reductive, because the topology is no more than the typology of the surface. And I thought, if we have typologies of the surface, we still have typologies, yet generated in a different way, self-generated, parametrically controlled, and nowadays with AI processes, but they're still typological, because I like the idea that we have families of systems. We work like that. I think we work by association, and we don't see everything separate. We see the associations between things. Now, if we go into typological systems nowadays, I think there's very little conversation about what our future typologies with new materials are looking like. And so we did this project for a biocene house, and there's a little sort of mini summary evolution of typologies of some key buildings, you know, from the first introductions of corridors and buildings, etc. And then you get to the house, and the idea of these differential growth generated systems that bring the outdoors inwards. And it's amazing that we are sitting in this room, because I'm looking again outside, and beautiful as it is, this is the modernist legacy of, isn't this wonderful to look at the nature out there, but it's out there, it's not in here. Let's not mix it up, because they're separate. The fact here is that we need to open up and bring nature in and let ourselves go out. We know that this exchange is incredibly important. In fact, colleagues of mine, Brenda Parker and others, Jake Robinson, have written about the MIGI, which is the microbiome inspired green infrastructures, urban infrastructures. That means that there is a need to understand how this relationship has to intensify. And so, as you can see, the house starts being subdivided by the outdoor spaces, how the outdoor is starting to break up and maximize the surface area. And then maybe just to finalize, this was a video you saw a bit in the first video, where we're looking at the dynamics of growth of cyanobacteria and other species. And it's amazing how cyanobacteria, which is not algae, initially usually called blue algae, but in fact it's a separate species, how cyanobacteria is incredibly important. And we have managed with a student of ours to have a pattern for a new material that is grown. And it's the first of its kind, because by doing studies of light, we figured out that, and he was leading it, that we can grow cyanobacteria three-dimensionally and in certain directions. And so that is interesting, that you start saying, if I have more blue light or more green light, the cyanobacteria will be attracted in that direction and can grow through the aggregates of a material. And you see it here, how microscopically you then realize that there's a three-dimensional matrix of growth. So before, anything that had been grown was flat. The big example for us are stromatolites, the oldest growing systems on Earth, which are actually stones, grown stones. They exist now in very reduced areas in Mexico and in Australia, some parts of Northern Ireland, but they're quite destroyed. But stromatolites are, in fact, layers of accretion of growth and sedimentation. And what we managed to do here was to, in fact, grow in a lab protocol, or with lab protocols, in a rather quick way, within a few weeks, materials that are sedimented, biomineralized, and are capable of absorbing carbon while they're growing. So it's a reverse system of all the other materials that we have around us. We're also looking at how to mill these materials, or how to give different depth conditions. Now imagine this, which is, once we have materials like this, they're translucent, because the aggregates we need are silica aggregates that have a level of translucency. We could start talking about, and I could just go back for a second to the previous image. If you look at the right-hand side image there, that Prantar Tamuli, the student who leads this, has quickly done with Midjourney, you get rid of this constant dialogue that we have had for centuries between the window and the wall, the opaque and the transparent. You start having gradients of translucency of light because the material itself is translucent inherently. Just to explain, so this is only possible. Why? Because the material needs to have translucency for the cyanobacteria to grow into the material. But we have been very keen on knowing what is this language of the bioscene. Are we changing the language? Language for me is a very important aspect, not only of design, of communication. And our language, written and spoken language, change. Why wouldn't our building language change as well, which I think it does? So perhaps our buildings are starting to look different. Perhaps they have a different type of complexity. And now from an indoor point of view, as a multi-material system, perhaps there are translucent qualities through the material that we are starting to create that feel very different, that have different levels of reflection even because they are wet or have levels of moisture in certain points. And really to the end, this is the last bit. Our biggest front line here of exploration is what our student Ian Robinson is working on as a PhD student, which is callus tissue. Callus tissue are the stem cells of plants. It's undifferentiated tissue that not yet turned into a leaf or to a root. It's still in this undifferentiated state. Now, he used here carrot tissue, carrot cells. And carrots are quite easy to propagate in this sense. They create the callus. And once the callus state is over, there's a differentiation because of external input. Means the media, in terms of nutrients, in terms of light, heat, all these external factors induce the callus to say, hey, leaf. Leaf comes out, root goes in to the earth. This type of response is controlled by the environment, by the surrounding. What he's starting to really deal with is, can we vascularize our materials? Can we perhaps have materials that have water retention and then start controlling maybe the callus to differentiate in manners that we haven't actually created or expected? This is very, very much in its embryonic stage, work in progress, very initial, but it's an enormous topic that might revolutionize entirely the way that we are going to create materials in the future. And I finish with this little movie. I don't know if the lights can be turned off, because it would be nice to have this with a bit of... Can you turn off the lights? Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm aware that I spoke for over an hour, so it probably there's no time for questions, but
thank you, Marcus.
Conversation.
Yeah, thank you, Marcus, for this extremely inspiring presentation. And as you mentioned, this was a very, very much interesting presentation. A little bit long, but not for us, for sure. This is our schedule, which says that we have now a coffee break, and this is internal rule of the building. So we have to shift for the informal discussion, I think, by the coffee. But I would be more than happy if we can come back and full of thoughts discuss what we've seen during this time now. So please forgive us and forgive Marcus that we will not have a discussion now, but I would love to have this discussion after all. Okay? So coffee break, and 11:45 we are here, and we will start a short discussion and then the second session. Thank you. Good morning once again. I think we are out of time a little bit, so maybe we could start already. And as it was planned in the schedule, we're supposed to start with the second session of the presentation, but we cannot, we would be very sorry not to have a small discussion after Marco's presentation. So if there are some questions from the audience, and we for sure have some remarks, then we thought that we make like a 10 minutes short. Would be great, Marcos, so please come on the stage once again. Yep. So we will make a short discussion and then we will start the presentations. Okay, if you are not, and then, yeah. First, once again, thank you very much for the inspiring presentation. And
you're welcome.
It put a light on the very different topic which we were discussing. Most of us are architects, engineers, but also people from out of academia, so practicing, non-academic, as the program says, not academic partners. So this was very interesting, your research, and you mentioned a lot of issues. I will not mention all of them. But some of topics, they refer me yesterday, walk through the Lisbon, which we were discussing with Pedro, the porosity of the pavement, for example. And this is what our assessors already thought about it. Now we are looking in the future. And I would like, it came up a question during your presentation. You partly responded, but you were talking mostly about the architecture, about the surface, and this connection nature with the architecture. But I would love to hear something more about how we could transform it into the cities. We were talking about the city. You partly responded during the presentation, but if you have some ideas, or it could inspire also us in the future weeks to think about it, to deep the research, then it would be great.
I mean, of course, that architecture doesn't exist dissociated from cities. It's they're both almost equal. Whatever you talk about architecture, you're talking about cities, and vice versa. The word impervious, which is what you're mentioning about pavements, is a real problem. We all know about it. So to create pervious surfaces is paramount. And in fact, the idea of the concept of the sponge city as absorbent is something that needs to be applied to buildings, to all the surfaces in cities. The reason why I have focused on buildings is because vertical surfaces, vertical conditions, are very difficult to deal with. They are, in fact, extreme environments. So whatever we learn from vertical environments, we can apply almost immediately to horizontal environments, because the more horizontal something is, the more you can have fantastic growth and permeability, etc. So we have been trying to do the most difficult, which is to crack the problem of verticality. And the other interesting thing is that in a way, we need to learn far more from how similar conditions, in terms of material, in terms of morphology, in terms of climate, how they operate. And for instance, our colleague Harry Watkins from the St Andrews Botanic Gardens in Scotland, in the discussions about botanic gardens, is talking about a network of places in the world that have similar climate conditions in the future through climate change. So he's not focusing on who are the people who have the same climates right now, like Scotland. He's talking about who are the people in the world, in their studies, who are going to have the same climate problems that St Andrews is going to have in the future, in the next 50 years. And he showed us a map, and it's fascinating. There's some places in the Balkans. There's some places somewhere in the Middle East, a very unexpected places where they have done studies that the climate change conditions will affect most probably these places and will give them equivalence. So what he's doing is creating this network so that they all learn simultaneously of how to prepare towards something that is inevitable, and that is that the climate is going to change. And I think there is something about that in terms of being very aware of how our surrounding or certain situations that are very extreme in their environment, and I use this expression because our facades are extreme environments. First of all, because they have very little water, because there's no water retention. I mean, from the perspective of having some growth, of course. But they have very little porosity. They have surface roughness. They have bioreceptivity, but they have no porosity usually. And I was just explaining right now in the conversation that the word porosity is one of sort of a difficult one. Simply because it's a big bag where you throw lots of things in. Our colleague in Manchester, who is a professor who studies capillary action, says porosity is a very difficult and not very interesting word. The word that matters is pore size. He said, tell me your pore size and then we can talk. Because if the pore size is very small, you might have capillary action. If it's a bit bigger, you have no capillary action. If it becomes really big, it becomes a gap or a void or a crack or something else. It's not a pore anymore. In other words, the gradient that we have here needs to be defined. What pore size are you talking about? And by us looking at conditions that have a similar situation, like our facades, for instance, again, because of the vertical difficulties that we're facing, makes me think that, for instance, books on deserts, and not necessarily only the desert crusts. There's another fantastic book on North American deserts and Mexican deserts. When I read that book, I realized that if I would just swap some words and put facade in from time to time, it was an architectural description of problems of facades. It was extraordinary what these guys were describing. I said, are they describing deserts or building facades or retaining walls? They don't know, but actually it's the same thing. So there is a lot of knowledge out there, or there are conditions in nature that we are simply taking for granted. And I think there we need to just be much more attentive to see how certain things have already adjusted. And I'm not saying this necessarily with a sort of aim to say biomimicry is the right way. I have my sort of problems with biomimicry when it becomes sort of nearly a religion that everything has to be sort of mimicked. I have my critical problems with it. I think biomimicry has great virtues, or a bio-inspired system, and I think we do that all the time, obviously, but I think biointegration is a more literal understanding that it's just out there, it's just happening, and we need more of it. So I would say the condition of pore size and pervious surfaces is essential to understand the gradients of all this. And we were just having actually a very interesting conversation while we had a break, which is, and maybe I should say it to everybody, one of my great favorite architects, who's very, very little known nowadays because he's out of fashion and, historians don't give a lot of importance to him, is Bruce Goff. He was an American Midwest architect. I think probably the most creative that we ever had. But because he was in the American Midwest, was not very chic and interesting, was considered a bit kitsch, and therefore he was sort of neglected. And the modernists on the West Coast were much more important. Frank Lloyd Wright was the big sort of guru, and there were the ones on the East Coast. So the ones in the Midwest were sort of funnily considered. But he was a very visionary architect who was the director of the architecture school of Oklahoma. And there's a beautiful book where they transcribed all his lectures from that time. And there's one, 1954, about geometry. Bruce Goff on geometry. That was his talk to the students. And the question he asks at that time is whether they knew what geometry was beyond the geometry that was known, beyond the Euclidean geometry. And what he says is, wouldn't it be interesting to think about the geometry we don't understand yet, but it's there? And that means that we have to design differently and think about space differently because the geometric principles are different, but we don't know what it is. Isn't that fascinating? And maybe it's our own limitation. And it's funny, when I now look back and think about what he said, I think he was, in fact, talking about the geometry of tissue, of biology, which is not defined by lines and planes and volumes. It's to do with gradients. It's to do with densities of matter. It's to do with exchanges. Because a biologist, even a geologist, doesn't talk about necessarily too much about the surface. The surface is a very permeable condition that has porosity, pore size. And that means that if we start shifting towards understanding that our world is made out of different geometric principles, yes, we have an issue here of extrapolating from other fields into ours. There's a biological inspiration, but we have the reality that we have to deal with that type of pore size, growth, etc. And I think our cities will become more biological. We all are. I mean, they are already. That's the funny thing, is that we do as if they are not. That's what is so absurd. And my notion or idea of the bioscene is sort of a bit Bruce Scoff's idea. Can we imagine a future that looks like what we can't yet imagine? And that's not an utopia. It's much more of a place that will be imperfect, first of all. It will not resolve everything, but it maybe has routines, habits, a language, spatial conditions that just operate in a different way, but we can't imagine them yet. And we hopefully will gradually get there. So that is for us the bioscene. The bioscene, but sometimes I have some people who ask me, what's the bioscene? Tell me exactly what the bioscene is. Well, I would love to tell you. I don't actually exactly know. I mean, I know that it's a place that we would consider sustainable, much more sustainable than ours, and it has other things. But yeah.
Well, thank you very much for those reflections. And I would also like to just commend you for this interdisciplinary approach that you work with in your teams. And I know it's a big challenge, and doing that successfully is an achievement in itself. And also raising the questions of the bioscene, and also questioning biomimicry as a well-spread and well-colonizing concept in itself.
Yep.
So we have two persons who raised their hands, and after that we will have to move on to the further presentation. So we will collect those questions. It was Rita, you raised the hand. And then we have one more question from you. So Rita, and we will collect the questions and then you respond to both of them.
Yes, that was not really a question for a huge answer. It's just because I'm looking to your work, and I see very many kind of projections for future design. And I was thinking about the things that we have right now. So I'm looking for our, not heritage, but we can see our built environment. And if if we can bring this life into these existing surfaces, it's a kind of, can we introduce this layer into our buildings?
Well,
Thank you very much. And then we'll also collect the second question. Please. Thank you. Obrigado.
So thank you, Marcos. It was very inspiring. I'm really interested to see it moving forward. But so my question relates to time, because all this research, especially if you work with living organisms, you have to think about time. So is there in your mind, do you have a vision of what time can provide for that? Would this develop in the surface in a way that will include other things? Like in India, we can see those temples growing trees and so on. So what is your imagination about that?
maybe I can start with that question. It's funny. On a slightly different note, time was actually the main argument for us to create a 2-year master's course. The University College London was reluctant to accept that there was an interdisciplinary course of 2 years. They said, no, there's no clientele for that. It means there are no students for that. And our ultimate argument was that growth takes time. And if you want to do it in a proper way, you need to give people time. Now, as we know, the life cycles of species varies hugely. So you can have bacteria propagating very, very rapidly, and you have trees that take hundreds of years to grow. So in that grand spread, and thinking also that there's a sequence of evolution and there's the speciation that is happening, time will be a big unpredictable factor. And that's why I think one of our biggest dilemmas is that when we design something, how do we design for something that we don't know how it's going to be evolved into? We know that we are building almost like a backdrop or a scaffold for something to happen. And if I may do a very, very banal, maybe because I'm a father, I make a very banal analogy. I think when you educate children, you give them a scaffold because you can't define how they're going to be. In a way, I think what in design terms has been our downfall is that we design something that we believe is going to be like that forever. So the timeline is going to be very unpredictable. But I would say in pragmatic terms, we need to deal with maybe with species in the realm that I was talking about, with facades, etc., of species that actually develop quite quickly, because they exist. I mean, mosses can propagate quite quickly. It's a matter of how much water availability there will be, because there's no life without water, full stop. So if you don't want to have life, get rid of water. That's what we have done in buildings and cities. If you want life there, bring water back or retain it, or make use of grey waters, etc. So the more water availability there will be, without making soggy environments, but the more water there will be, water management is pretty much the most essential thing that we will need to have. If we manage it, and we know even how to quantify it, we know what type of species will develop in time. We have at least a bit of a prediction of that. And the other thing is that because we have drought now more and more happening in the majority of places, it's how to counterbalance drought. Means how to manage drought, which is it's the opposite. So of course a botanist would have more knowledge, or zoologist, to talk about how species develop in time and what life cycles they have. But as far as I'm concerned and work with them, that's not really a problem if we are not obsessed with the final result. Because if we have the obsession with the final result, we are creating a problem for ourselves, full stop. We need to have a level of flexibility. The problem of the manicured landscape is one of our great downfalls. And in fact, it's so much so that the baseline syndrome that you might be aware of, which is that we all grew up with a sense of baseline, which is, oh, this is what the Gulbenkian looks like. If in 30 years I'm coming back and I see this different, I will say, oh, that is really strange because it shouldn't be like that because I'm used to that it looks like that. And we are used to our landscape to look in a certain way, that it's full of agriculture, it doesn't have a lot of wilderness, because the baseline syndrome means that we grew up with that expectation and we project it onto the landscape. And in the United Kingdom, where the landscape has brutally changed, like in all Western countries for sure, but actually around the world with paddy fields in Asia, etc. But the fact is that we have got used to that landscape needs to be manicured. In fact, cities should be manicured. They should be all pristine, neat, beautiful. And I never forget my mother-in-law coming to the United Kingdom for the first time. She's from Taiwan, saying, oh, isn't this wonderful? This landscape is so pretty. It's so nicely done. And she didn't know how much she was touching a really problematic point, which is the biodiversity is killed because of this landscape. In other words, we have here something to do with the timeline, the baseline syndrome, how we have to adjust and change to acquire a completely new understanding of what we expect this final product to look like. There's no final product. It's an evolving system. In terms of your question, sorry, look, the notion of retrofit and how to look at the historic cities, I think is obviously huge. And on the one hand, we have our colleagues saying the built environment will be doubled. Whether it's even not doubled, it's a bit less than that, but it means that there will be a massive increase of new construction. At the same time, we have the existing construction, and that needs to be dealt with as well. Of course, that a lot of our buildings and infrastructure is not prepared to be in a constant state of moisture. Even though, as I said, it's not given that when you have moisture on a facade, it automatically means that the facade is going to be destroyed. It's not actually really true. It depends what is growing there and how much moisture, etc. So it's a complicated topic. But we have to accept that if we just take the cities as they have been built and we just say there will be more moisture, that we might erode some of the materials in the systems away because they're not prepared for that. So the retrofitting, the remediation of cities of existing cities is a quite complex topic. I have to admit that I'm more focused on the non-existing cities that are being built or spaces than the existing ones. Perhaps because I think that usually when you build something new, it makes you look back at the old, even though what you build new comes from a heritage of the old. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm very interested in how history influences what we build new, but I think when we build something new, it makes us reflect back on what we have there in the past. So I think when it gets to novelty and innovation, the new projects, even if they are designed for aging conditions, will make us reflect on the old buildings, how to take care of them. But I think it's possible. Not everywhere, by the way. Not everywhere. I don't see this as a sort of greenwash. Everything will be green, and so absolutely not. In fact, that's the problem with what you do when you Google green buildings and you get pages and pages on Google with this greenwash. It's all rubbish. It actually is not going to be like that because the majority of cities nowadays are faced with drought periods where the stuff is not going to be green, it's going to be brown or gray. Surely the poikilohydric species will turn the majority of them brown or gray. So they're not green. And second, that would mean that there's constant availability of water, which will not be there. So I think we need to be careful and I surely don't want to propagate an idea that this is sort of a recipe for everything. Different conditions require very different approaches. And the more dry periods of the Middle East, etc., really deserve a very particular attention. I am currently based in the United Kingdom, therefore countries that have that level of water are of great interest, but we have to start somewhere.
Yes, and I think that's a very good way to kind of wrap up this session, that we plan for the future, but we also learn from the past, and we have to start somewhere. Yeah. So thank you so much for making these reflections on the questions from the room. And by this, we will move on. But before we do that, we'll just give a big hand.
Thank you once again, Marcus. I think that you will stay with us for a while, so there will be still a possibility to discuss here by more private situation. Now we would like to start our second session. We have 3 speakers in this session, and because once again we are out of time, we would like to ask you first to present and to organize the session in this way that we will collect all the questions at the end and we will make a small discussion, because actually we have to leave the space at 1 o'clock, this room. And this is the condition that we have to follow. There are the rules of the Gulbenkian, which is a very nice building, but they have their own rules, which we cannot.
But in the afternoon, we'll have more time.
Yeah, so there will be, don't worry, afternoon there will be less stressful with the time. So now we have 3 presenters. All of them, they are from Poland.
We have 3 colleagues from our Gdańsk University of Technology. Starts Dorota Kamrowska-Załuska, who, to say as shortly as possible, deals with big data and co-design in urban planning.
It works, yes. Okay, it works. Okay, I work in Gdańsk University of Technology. I'm urban designer, urban planner. Normally, in most of the cases, I'm speaking about the co-design. But today, it is. I would say it is much more down to earth. I work with the action research. I work with the people. But today I decided to say a few words about my second leg, if we can say about the research, about the use of big data, about the use of AI tools in urban transformation. I will start from a small background, why, how, what are the processes which make it happen. Then a little bit about the big data analytics and AI-based tools. Actually, this presentation is based on the meta review I conducted last year. I went through a web of science where I studied all the works from last 10 years, so 2011, 2021, mostly exploratory research which used the AI in urban planning. I found 184 different studies doing it. But what I think is the most important is the impact. What is the impact of AI? What is the impact of urban big data? Just quickly, as a background, as Marcus mentioned, we are in Anthropocene. Human settlements are becoming more and more complex. The flows of material goods, people are all interdependent. Also, the behavioral patterns. Of course, human behavioral patterns are impacted by different factors such as urban microclimate, access to public services, commercial facilities, transportation networks. And all this interrelation between human activity and urban space also influence the urban flows. I wrote here urban environment switch from static to dynamic. Of course, it was always dynamic, but we analyzed it often as static, like land use. Buildings, roads, now we analyze them as dynamic system composed of social, economic activities. We focus on human behavioral patterns. The urban analytics is developing due to this development of information technology. We more and more often observe, understand cities through web or through cyberspace. New technologies are embedded in public realm. There's this plethora of intelligent objects, the sensor, which are in constant motion, in constant interaction, and we are all actually constantly online. With the mobile devices, so we seek a new experience, receive new services, blending physical and virtual realities. This phenomena actually, together with crowdsourcing, open data generated by the community, we can even call it Internet of People, are changing the role of governmental community. Also through the participatory research, community-led actions, citizens are influencing also through the digital means the city development strategies. Maybe even we can think of Internet of Places. This is actually the six, in my opinion, major, let's say, groups of data which are used in AI-based analytics. Some of them are, let's say, we can still say new data, like, I don't know, GPS logs, mobile phone data, search engines, social networks. Then private data, smart cards, fleet management system, floating cars, etc. Also, the sensors embedded in the public spaces, they are bringing on the data, infrastructure, environmental, water, transport, but also the drone, satellite, and LIDAR data, which at least in Europe are very open, and we can use it to the analysis quite easily. It is open. Of course, it's different in the other parts of the world. For this kind of analytics, we also often use the traditional data, open administrative data, taxes, revenue payments, but also personal microdata. They are the same data, but they are used to different analyses. The data, the historic data, while they are digitalized and we have this integration, there are more and more different uses to use the text, images, films, even art. And of course, we have all the kinds of linkages and hybrid data. To sum up, as a result of these innovations, these new data are arising. It is really substantially increasing the possibilities of us, urban researchers, but also practitioners, to conduct different analyses. Although for me, equally important is new way of assessing, of using existing data, and innovative linkages between different parts of data, that we can use the data which were used before to validate or to enrich the analysis. Just very quickly, 4 main types of AI tools. One which is used already for several years, so connected with cellular automata, agent-based models, swarm intelligence. Agent-based models are interesting because they really allow us to see the difference how the different agents are on the behavior of different agents, and it is really, I think, important for modeling. Now, artificial neural networks, which are becoming more and more popular, they are also becoming more and more accessible. Actually, now nearly everybody can, with a basic knowledge of Python, can create or use already pre-trained neural network. So it starts to be a really accessible tool. Of course, you need to understand how to use it, etc. So there's always all this kind of, but still it starts to be much, much more accessible. So both convolutional and recurrent, so both for images detection, but also for work with the languages, for sentiment analysis. Then we have evolutionary computer and spatial DNA, generic algorithms, and finally knowledge-based intelligence system, fuzzy logic expert system, heuristic. What I found out during my review is that all this, of course, all these tools have their limits. And more studies, more and more analysis, I use these 2 or 3 types of this tool combined together to counter against the limits they do have. Just very quickly, the fields of use. So this will be all the analysis of regional linkage, polycentric spatial structure analysis, urban spatial structure, dynamic analysis, urban flows. Of course, the first which comes to our mind is transport, but also energy, people flows, health, microclimate, environmental, also urban morphology analysis, such as the form of the space. Last year we conducted the analysis where we were working on the calendar theory, trying to see if what we can feel, what we can experience in the real city, we can also find in internet. than analysis of the behavior and opinion of urban dwellers.
So 1 more minute.
Okay. We have main 6 fields where the big data analytics support urban planning. So, surely, large-scale urban modeling. Actually, artificial networks allows us to conduct analysis with a very large volume of data, both in terms of quantity of observation, but also as well as their size, so we can interpret image, films. One of my students is preparing the YouTube, is using the YouTube to assess the environmental stewardship. For example, high velocity, high frequency, so we can capture urban processes. Of course, we don't need to wait for the periodic publication of the officials, but we can really conduct nearly a real-time observation. This is also very useful in data-scarce environment in the global south, for example. Fluid definition of the study area. This is also the picture from our studies from 2 years ago, when we were studying how strong is the metropolization processes, how strong are functional connections, and of course you have the administratory data in the administratory borders, which are useless for such analysis. High granularity, so you have really this geocoded data to the address points, but not only this, you can also reveal the dynamics between the processes. You can really try to find the patterns. The 2 last fields, collaboratively sensing the city, of course, user-generated contours, especially voluntary geographic information, is important part of information for the participation, but also for generating the idea. Empirical urban research, this is also our studies from 2 years. One of them is connected with the Jane Jacobs theory of and the second one with the Alexander's living structures. What is important, we can really try to measure the behavior, sentiments, happiness. Just last 2 slides. One is about the policy implication and the second one, conclusions. I do believe that this kind of data, this kind of analysis have a potential. Even we can address the needs of disadvantaged group. For example, if we have a transport exclusion of the marginalized group, agent-based modeling allows us to really model how this group travel within the city. And then, for example, if we think about the planning and then functioning of the public transport, how make it more inclusive for them. There are challenges. There's a privacy legislation, limitation of data quality, which sometimes is really still an issue here. The question of acquisition, storage, distribution, I don't want to go to the detail because I feel sorry for this. I'm open for the discussion if you would like. What is, of course, very, very important is really the technological factors. The technology cannot be the goal itself. It really needs to answer the needs of the people. For example, last year we had a meeting with one of the vice mayors of Gdańsk, who told me there are many companies who are coming, proposing us artificial intelligence solution, and we don't know which one we need. In my opinion, it should go the other way. You have a need, and you can answer it with this kind of solution. For the last slide, actually. Well, I do believe that we can better describe the complexity of the city. I do believe that the studies done in this way are more dynamic. We can analyze better the flow of people, goods, energies. Also, this geolocated data allowing us to really study better the heterogeneity of the spaces. We can do the studies in the metropolitan areas for all metropolitan area, and then having the address places or geolocated data, we can really zoom and see the heterogeneities, differences between different streets, different quarters.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we will have to move on, otherwise the remaining presenter will not have time. So thank you very much for your presentation. And
And now we will ask the next urban planner from Gdańsk University of Technology, Magdalena Rembeza, whose main topics of research are revitalization and creative placemaking. So Magdalena, you can start.
I will start in a minute. Thank you for the kind introduction. It's my honor to be here. Although I need some assistance because okay. Because unfortunately the touchpad doesn't work.
Yes. No, you need to go to the left. Left. More. A little bit more. Left. No. The touchpad.
Could we get some assistance, please?
No. Okay, so before my presentation will be on, we will move from, let's say, technology-oriented design and new technologies to more, let's say, human-oriented design, even not design, but creation. So to creative placemaking as a means of public participation catalyst. The presentation is pretty short, but I would like to highlight a few important elements that are connected with creative placemaking, especially what are the components of successful placemaking initiatives, and how does it respond to community resilience conceptual framework. So in a way, it will be connected to the topic of our conference again. I have 3 case studies, but probably I won't be able to go too much into detail, so just to show you a few representations of these cases, and finally a few slides towards conclusions. So during this short presentation, I want to focus on 3 main questions. How context influence the approaches and methodologies in creative placemaking, how art in urban environment can become a tool of urban regeneration, and also is creative placemaking in Poland a tool shaping places, or is it just a way on aesthetic improvement of urban spaces? Art city, creative placemaking, there are, let's say, long relationship, and they are recognized worldwide. But in this particular case, we will be looking at creative placemaking as a micro development strategy that focuses on cultural participation, community engagement, and highlights the social role of arts and culture. For this particular, let's say, research, the guidelines are from the white paper of Markussen and Gadwa that gives quite a complex economic perspective of creative placemaking in US, but actually you can also apply to European context. So in creative placemaking, public, private, not-for-profit and community sectors partner to strategically shape the physical and social character of neighborhood, town, tribe, city, or region around arts and cultural activities. And here we can see actually 6 components of successful placemaking initiatives, and these are creative initiator, designing around distinctiveness, mobilizing public will, generating private sector support, securing arts community engagement, and building partnership. And in a way, when I will be showing just a few slides from the case studies, I will relate somehow to this components of successful creative placemaking initiatives. But also to have more connection with our conference subject and main theme, how climate resilience and cultural resilience are together, and when we can find here creative placemaking. So here is the community resilience conceptual framework that shows us that we cannot have community resilience without both climate resilience and cultural resilience, while cultural resilience is understood here as participation, arts activity, and culture. But on the other slide, we have a revised community resilience conceptual framework when creative placemaking is a kind of strategy for building cultural resilience that can support other types of resilience work. So it seems it can be really a strong tool in building social resilience. 3 cities, 3 case studies from Poland, from Gdańsk, Łódź, and Katowice, so from different, we could say, localizations. But the first one, probably some of you know very well, it's Dolne Miasto in Gdańsk, in Poland, and some, let's say, maybe this slide will be better, to represent that this is the district that was under revitalization, and the processes that started were bottom up. The artists' process were bottom up. And finally, I have to speed up probably, from bottom-up ideas, there were strong, let's say, organizational institution called Łaźnia Center for Contemporary Art that actually animate and initiate the processes of change in Dolne Miasto in Gdańsk. We can have here lots of representation. This is a piece of art, but it's also used for workshops for people from degraded areas, for children. So this is one of the pieces. This is another one, Invisible Gate by Front Studio from New York, which is also a kind of new implementation. And the other, also El Cavo Gallery by Daniel Milonis and Alexander Riquez. Okay, so this is the first case, and I just want to focus that this is like bottom-up ideas and initiatives that were transformed to more organized urban regeneration project. The second one from Łódź, called Off Piotrkowska, were more industrial heritage that was transformed to creative, let's say, tissue, and it was based very much on Manchester experience. So it became a very popular place in Łódź, but what was actually most important was the social capital and involvement of development of this place. And there were some economic issues related to it, so selective choice of tenants and preferential conditions for the rental for people that made the creative, let's say, industry here. And the last case from Katowice, so from industrial, let's say, part of the country, porcelain factory, also reusing the industrial heritage with a long traditions to transport it to a place for local creative business. For some reason, it also serves as a place for people like a scenography when they are getting married. But also there is also this retrofitting and reusing the spaces, the industrial heritage that gives us a possibility to use it for art purposes. This is also important that it's not like a one implementation. This is, let's say, located on the industrial monuments track of the Silesia region. So in a way, it's not like a one project. It's a long, let's say, tradition of transforming these spaces to art and creative places. So coming, let's say, to conclusion very quickly, because I have to finish my presentation. So this is related to the main initiators and main indicators I was talking in the beginning, how these three cases are actually, let's say, fulfill the creative placemaking ideas. And here we can see that Łódź example, it's probably the best one. But also, as the last two slides, first the facts and myths of creative placemaking. So definitely we can say that creative placemaking can be a strategy for supporting community resilience. But of course, we cannot address all pressing issues in communities. Again, as a fact, we can say that art is a tool for urban regeneration in Polish cities, but only if it is, let's say, included in the holistic vision for an area. On the contrary, art cannot be the only remedy for urban regeneration, even without master plan. It should be definitely the holistic vision. And finally, in Polish conditions at the beginning, art was mainly understood as a tool for aesthetic improvement of a place. And now it's becoming more and more, let's say, creative placemaking that is forcing also public participation. And as a myth, we can say that art in every case will bring social and economic improvement of the degraded area. Of course, not in every case. It depends of the context. And this is my last slide for the conclusion, and also a kind of relation to the first three questions that were at the beginning. So of course context is crucial. I mean, for all urban designer, this is, but also for the designer, it's understandable. Art in Polish conditions, art as a tool for urban revitalization and stimulus for a change is changing its role from passive to active, and this is really something like human-oriented approach. And the last, art as a tool for urban regeneration has definitely an important role in Poland, but initially treated as a beginning of change. Now it's becoming, in of course selected cases, a main actor of a change. So finally, we can say that these activities can definitely strengthen community identity and sense of places. But now on, it's definitely too early to measure the long-term impact of creative placemaking in Poland. And this is something I want to study more. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Magda, for your creative presentation. I'm very thankful for putting on the table placemaking issue. This is also, I have to admit, very close to my heart. And I think in context of the yesterday discussion, we have to go out of academia. We have to work with the people. And now I would like to ask two other speakers, Artur Karczewski and Wojciech Litwin, two engineers from Gdańsk University of Technology, from faculty, not the architecture, but the Institute of Ocean Engineering and Ship Technology. And you are here not without a reason, because Wojtek, who is now on the stage, is an expert in a novel floating object, and it's dealing with in a research in zero-emission water objects with a life cycle assessment as well. And Arthur, I don't know if you are going to join him or not.
I think Arthur.
But Arthur is also very important in this case, or in the case of our project, because he's a co-author of the legislation which is dealing with the houseboats. So this is also here in Poland. So this is also a very important point we have to deal with. So the floor is yours. And
thank you very much for the warm words about our team, but I'm feeling compressed and I have mess in my head because of the pressure of time. So it's really, I saw those numbers with the countdown, so I'm feeling shrinked in the cage. So you know our university well. I think I'm not the first person who is presenting the results of own research during this workshop. So maybe I think it is worth to add that our faculty is 120 years old, and next year there will be an anniversary. And there is not so many faculties around Europe still connected with the shipbuilding industry, but the market is really huge. We should remember that we have 100,000 commercial ships around the world, and it is a massive source of the pollution, global pollution, and gives unique possibilities also for some. We have a naval architecture, so we are architects, but we are focused on the design of the ships. So we are like a twins, let's say. But there is a lot of problems connected with the floating architectures, and because of the time limitation, 10 minutes make it really hard to present all of them with details. So I just focus only on some of them. Some of them are very important, and every speaker presents some background. I would like to say that in the 90s, when I was a student and my colleagues visited the Garhwal Himalaya in India and showed me those pictures in the 90s, I was really shocked that the people are living all their life on the boats, and this tradition in Kashgar is few hundred years old. I was really impressed, and it stayed deeply in my mind. But what's more, I would like to say, I think, you know, there's a huge group of Poles here, and you know that the Poles are always against. And you know, it was also because of the political circumstances. When the Poland was under the occupation in 19th century, there was a law. There was no acceptance for building houses by Poles. So Drzymała invited, let's say it is like camper van, recreation wagon in States. So now it's very popular method for spending time, but they live all their life in the cars. And it was against the rule. He moved his car every day 10 centimeters to prove that the car is in the move. So it's not a house. So there's a similar why I mention about this, because in many countries now we have the one union. Unfortunately, UK is not in the union. I'm really unfortunately, because my first case is from UK, and you know how to say this. We have the union, and in our imagination we should have the same rules in every country. But we have a completely different specific. In the UK, we have a narrow boats, absolutely amazing solution, typical for the UK, because we have a narrow channels. So they design it from 100 years or more, 150 years, because in fact, the channels was killed by the railroads, by the trains. Before the trains, the boats were on the inland ways, was a main transportation method for the heavy cargo. But now we have beautiful place for living, traveling, and spending even whole life inside the boat, traveling, and like here or in one place. Netherlands. I'm looking for my friends from Netherlands. A long tradition, a lot of water, but we have completely different solutions. So we have something we can recognize like tiny house, container house, simple thing, cheap, and you can live on the water and even change the place. Or you can buy the old vessel, rebuild it as a really nice standard house. Of course, we can also think about the floating. We have a concrete here. we are thinking about this green sides on the floats. So it's really dry, it's really nice. I know it's a lot of new impressions after this workshop. What to do? So the stationary floating house, really nice solution. But you know, now everything, even a brick have to be smart. Brick, how to make the brick smart? But people are still repeat, everything has to be smart, green. But we have the fiberglass, wind turbines. Now we are in the era of the wind turbines. Everybody are building wind turbines. What to do? It is an American method for the, we can see it, no problem. So we have the excavator here. They are putting cutted blades from wind turbines and they are putting the sand of it. No problem. Nobody can see it. Is this a green technology? Wind turbines? This is a green. The nature finally will survive. When we have a natural material, my favorite picture, the steel wreck from the Second World War on Pacific Ocean. Finally, I think it is a nice conclusion that finally the plants will win. Everybody, or some, we have a bikers here, we love biking, but everybody, car is a nice thing. Very often you are looking for the electric cars, but lithium battery is green? No, I think it's black. And we have our beautiful floating house. There are some risks. We can find some news in media. Something was burned, somebody about the accident, the media love accidents. But in fact, it was a shock for me when you will visit beautiful yacht with a hybrid propulsion, with the air condition on board. In the night, you are on the ocean. The air condition in the night is working to keep the 20 degrees inside, powered by the lithium battery in the hull. You are opening your bed and you can see wires everywhere. So it's really scary. Finally, very often we have a fire on board because of this wiring. And there's a problem when we have a lithium battery, what to do? A few years ago, 2 or 3 ago, near Azores Island, huge ship with the electric cars sank. Depth 4,000 meters. How to remove the wreck with the hundreds of electric cars with the lithium batteries? Nobody knows. Stability, the art of speciality. Oh, huge float. We can live in quiet, in peace, safe life. No, when we have a leakage and something goes wrong, we cannot keep the boat by just putting the hands on it. The forces are really massive, huge, and we cannot stop the process of the collapsing. So it's really nervous. And I saw this picture of the book on the first day of our presentation, of our workshop, so I decided to show this. Urbanization of the sea, but I still remember, it's one of my favorite films, 1995, Kevin Costner, Waterworld. Do you remember this movie? Yes. It is not a new vision, but it's scary vision. You know, the biomass circulation in the Waterworld city. So we have many factors, like always, and it is really complicated. We have habits, we have bad habits. We need a huge floor, huge houses, air conditioned, electric cars. We are spending time. We love traveling. It is not a green still of living. Some traits like life balance, travel. So we are traveling and we are working online. Wow, really nice. I don't know, green or not. And some external impacts. The COVID pushed this process forward because people are looking for the safe islands. Boat is your safe island without the risk of the infection. And I think that it will be a fact, urbanization of the waterways in the close future. And finally, I would like to say that what is my dream? After 30 years, when I heard for the first time about the Kashgar Yes, 2 minutes. So it's thanks to God, it is not a mark.
Only the messenger.
Like always, very good too. Okay, and everybody, I think everybody has a dream, and we are thinking about this. I have few scientific fields. One of them is connected with the green energy, with the hybrids, with the hybrid propulsion, with the electric propulsion. So my contribution to this project, this paper will be published very soon. So my dream, off-grid, zero emission, houseboat for living and traveling around Europe on the inland waterways. No waste, no, we have the green walls, we are collecting the rainwater, we have solar panels, we have a lot of energy in the summer, so you can, selfish, very often we are thinking about ourselves only, but we have a lot of energy, we can use this energy to clean the water, to put the air into the water, so we are not selfish, we will try to do this for the environment as well. And what more, I think it is the final conclusion, we have the war very close from Poland. We are all nervous, but I think I saw this picture, and this picture, it's only a year. The people adopt the ground on the battlefield. So I hope, the final conclusion, the war will stop soon, and we will focus on our work to make a green world around us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wojtek. I like it also your final statement about dreaming. So we have a very nice three presentation from completely different topic, but different level from the the general big data, then coming back to the participation, and then the living space. Unfortunately, still we are out of the time. Now we are almost. So I would suggest that maybe we can just slowly leave for the lunch, and we repeat the program like we did last time, and we will have a calm discussion after the lunch. And because I presume that some of you are dreaming already about eating something, and let's at least one dream come true. And we can slowly move to the canteen, and we will come back here for the third part of our session, our conference day today, and then we will start with a small discussion, if you don't mind. And I would suggest this way. Otherwise, it would be. I would regret to skip the discussion completely. What time? Lunch break was till 2. We should be 2:30 be here, 2:30. Yeah, we can start the second session. Thank you very much once again for this very inspiring second session, and see you after lunch.
Yes, why not? It's the least
Hello? Hello?
No, it doesn't work.
The light is on. Hello? Still not working?
No, it's not. Maybe come closer.
Shall I? Yeah, what about this one?
No.
And this one? Yeah, okay. Hello, welcome back. We're going to start this session, the afternoon session, with a presentation by Cristina and Diogo, who were the chief curators for the last Lisbon Triennale. They will tell us about that. So I have this hard task to introduce Diogo and Cristina. Well, they are both architects. They've been, when did you create your office? Maybe 20 years ago? Well, they lived in very different places. They currently live part of the year in Canada, but they went to the Bartlett and the AA, and Cristina worked with Zaha did in London, and they lived in China, in Macau for many years. So they are globetrotters and citizens of the world. And they did a very interesting job as chief curators. And I highly encourage you to visit their website. They also have very interesting work. Their office has a very interesting work. So I will welcome you. And could you please move forward?
Good afternoon, everybody. I thought we were going to have a first discussion, but I guess we start with us and then we talk about the previous morning. Okay.
So do I start?
Why not?
Do I do next? Yes. Great. So hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Pedro, and the organization for having invited us and for hosting us this afternoon. What we'd like to do is to talk a little bit about the Triennale, the event that took place between, as you could see, September to December of last year. We were invited to be the chief curators of the Triennale by late 2019, just when the previous edition was about to end. And we've been working as chief curators since early 2020 for the realization of this Triennale. Most of the work, as you could well imagine, or as much as we tried to forget, was carried through the pandemic. Both of us were, bless you, both of us were based in Canada at the time, and we were, as it were, stranded in Halifax, Nova Scotia. The rest of the Triennale team was based in Lisbon, and most of the work developed was all done online. We began by choosing the topics, the themes. We were given a very clear mandate: 4 exhibitions, 4 books, 1 conference, and a series of awards. And we worked mostly in the first year to do a lot of research about what were the topics we felt could be interested to be discussed, to be shared. And one of the things that we were also it was also brought to our attention was the levels of criticism that the previous edition had been exposed to. So one of the things that we wanted to bring forward to this Triennale was a more diverse and inclusive idea about what architecture is across the planet, and to bring the 4 different exhibitions together to see how they could develop topics that could intertwine and be connected with each other. We also wanted to understand that the problems we're facing are, to some degree, very common across the planet, but the way we're approaching them can be very different. So to point out how these different approaches are taking place, different approaches in terms of methods, results, and also how much can we learn from each other once let's say, the ways of looking at ideas, technologies, processes can be very diverse from place to place. And so we came up with this word, terra, and we thought very carefully about how could we describe this, what would be a word that could make sense in terms of the crossroads where we are at this point in the planet, where we are producing, where we need more than one Earth to keep us sustainable. And one of the things that we felt strongly about was the word terra, which is Latin rooted. We felt strongly about the fact that we did not want it to be translated. And also the fact that it meant the planet, the place where we belong, the way we feel connected to the ground. Ter os pés na terra is a Portuguese expression. It means that you have your feet on the ground, and it implies that you have your ideas, your brain, your heart is in the skies. And also it refers to terra, earth, as a material. And in a way, this pointed out or gave us some clues about we need to rethink how the building industry is evolving, how we are part of mostly an extractive industry, and how can we look at local processes. And we've learned a lot about this possibilities this morning from Marcos, and how can we rethink what's the role of architects and the process we do within the building industry, within the materials that the planet has for us. So these are the early questions we asked. How can you look at where we are at this point in the planet, and how can we provide opportunities for these different approaches to emerge and for us to learn from each other. So this is the brief, as it were, that the Triennale had given us. This was the 6th edition of the Triennale, so we're working with a team that has been mostly consistent through this, the previous 5 editions. So we're working with a team that is very experienced, and they really were very helpful, and they had a lot of knowledge about the do's and don'ts and the things that might be challenging and the things that might be worth investigating and experimenting. 2 or 3 differences we wanted to make, and we'll talk a little bit more about this, but in the previous editions, the university's projects were always set apart in a different exhibition space or with a different topic, and what we felt was, in the name of diversity, there are probably lots of schools doing lots of different work, and instead of having them in their own niche, why wouldn't we open up the themes of the 4 main exhibitions and ask these universities to look at the work they're doing either in their master's degrees, students' work, or throughout their research centers, and to propose entries to be part of the main exhibitions. And this was a little disruptive at the beginning, but we had the biggest number of countries, the biggest number of schools entering projects to be part of the main exhibitions. The challenge was then working with the curators and trying to fit them into the curators' narratives as well.
So in this...
Go on now.
I was like, when am I going to get in?
Now.
So anyway, we decided to invite curators all over the world. We only met one previously, but we were looking at their curriculum and we thought this is the proper person for the job. So we were very interested about to give a voice to, especially to the Global South, and therefore most of the teams are from there. And let's start with multiplicities, because in fact most of all the exhibitions only have a name. We asked them, just be simple like Terra, just choose one name. Multiplicities is about communities, is about how can I do very much with very small means, and we're going to explain very afterwards. But this is about how do you reach out directly to people and change their life. So it's almost like a one-to-one scale. And then you jump scale and you go to the cities, the big cities that grow so much that they became broken cities. How can we deal with this phenomenon about the broken city, and that is retroactive? And then we're going to look into materials, because architecture is made out of materials. So we ask cycles, and is about materiality. And finally, about visions for the future. And this is about how can we, as architects, envision different possibilities for a different planet, more inclusive and more attentive to the climate. So when we did this, we also asked the curators to talk to each other. And what was interesting is that within the exhibitions, you have different voices intertwined. So even though you talk about the large scale, you will have an issue about community in that space, or you have an issue about material. So the intertwine was very hard, because the curators want to have their own proper possession, but it was possible to do. So we did that with them, and we also asked them, give a voice to the young generations, which are the universities, as Diogo explained. And in that case, the universities will not have a different exhibition, but their voice will be there in your exhibition. So that's why we send them as a challenge for them.
So when we invited these curators, we obviously had to present our early ideas, and we always compare this as the passing the baton kind of race, right? We ran the first 100 meters, and they had to run the other 300 meters. But as Christine explained, one of the crucial elements of this exhibition is looking at this extracting nature of our work, looking at resources, looking at processes, looking at materials and the various life cycles, and bring to this triennale, let's say, a different kind of awareness of how these processes are taking place across the planet. And what was interesting about this exhibition is that this is one of the exhibitions that had the biggest number of universities entries from research centers. You are trying to push, as much as Marco explained this morning, let's say the technologies and processes, possibilities, and their role in developing new different strategies for architecture.
This team came from Chile. We were very interested in Latin America. They don't have as much certifications in architecture as we do, and therefore the way they can approach to the communities and to actually make action out of their work, it's very fulfilling. So we were very interested to see the work they were doing. In this case, it was about cycle, and they select, the topic is about how don't we throw anything away? How can architecture live with materials that already had a life cycle in a building, and now they be reintroduced as a new life cycle in another building? And so this, for example, this image even talks about concrete. And in this case, there is a research that in Europe has been made, because instead of demolishing completely the concrete buildings, they turn them into pieces that will be replaced into another building. And this is already something in action. And the north of Europe are disassembling, let's say, some of the buildings that are made out of concrete, and they are putting them in storage, and they are being reused to another new building. So that is a possibility. But you also have hypotheses of old materials that you can use as elements, that they can be reintroduced in a new building. Not only raw materials, but also doors, so elements of architecture that can be reintroduced. And this is a truss, a wood truss, you have bricks and so on. But in this exhibition, they were very interested about systems. This idea that is not just the building, is how do we dwell in a building, and how everything intertwined by how do we need so much energy or not? How do we deal with different situations where the building is location? How does site respond to the needs of that building? And so they even make some, like a manifesto by saying a greenhouse, in this case, where we're living now is a red house because of the climate. So this was exhibited also outside. The exhibition was organized by topics. The central ones would mean that they were almost like what were driving the hypotheses, and on the edges were results or information about what is that in the middle. So the universities were located in the middle, and actually they became quite an interesting focal point, such as this research in north of Europe, where they are doing in very traditional algae kind of material. They are transforming it into a material that is fireproof and it lasts longer. So these are examples. I know? Okay.
So just one small point about these. As Christine explained, what the subtitle of the exhibition was "The Person Who Never Threw Anything Away," and their point was that once we start treating leftovers or garbage and cataloging everything becomes ready to be used. So this idea of study, research, mapping stuff so that it can be reutilized is very important. Also, the exhibition was designed by a young Portuguese architect, and it was conceived as a kind of a warehouse. So as if you were in direct contact with the materials displayed as a strategy to bring up the issues that they wanted to share with us. The next exhibition, Retroactive, took place at the Museum of Art, Architecture and Technology, curated by José Pablo Ambrosi and Loreta Castro Reguera from Mexico City. And as Christine already explained, this focused on the work by architects in urban fabrics and let's say social contexts that are extremely challenging. They looked at issues of poverty, water, transportation, overcrowding. So these themes that you could see at the bottom of the text were themes picked up by them. They looked at these themes across several cities, several places across the planet, and then shared the experience of how architects develop their projects to address some of these needs.
So in some cases, they even did this. This is a replica of something that is happening in the border between the United States and Mexico. And what they did is, because United States are sending all the tires that they don't use any longer and that became garbage, and they understood that if they could assemble the tires with, land, they can become, and then flowers can grow in between, and with very little time, the tires can be removed and the land will be stable. So this is an example. Of course, the tires are a lot of pollution, so they were careful about saying this is something that can happen in more like ephemeral situations, but through time the tires needs to disappear, but the land is already stable enough to be there. Now, as you can see, all the exhibitions are done with very simple materials. In this case, this is insulation that we use in our architectural walls, and this textile was used to be the main material, and this is earth. And so in this exhibition, like Diogo was mentioned, is about situations where the city can no longer endure because it's too crowded, it's too many things going on. And what they're sending us as a message is maybe in situations that are so macro scale, so it's such a big problem, maybe to insert key elements that can transform that population is actually important. So examples through around the world where those issues are happening. And so, for example, in here, that's a very interesting example. In this case, it's beyond a city, it's more like a country, which is in Mongolia. And what happened is that people can no longer be nomads because the resources are taken from them and the land, they cannot survive from there. So this is an idea that they make a sort of a city that people can plug in their tents and stay for a while until they recover, their environment recover. And one of the things that listened to this mobile city that we were listening to them is that for the first time, and the hardest part was to teach them about garbage, because in their previous ways of living, there was no garbage. So one of the most important things in those plugins was to explain to them how to deal with garbage, which is an unbelievable story in a sad way, let's put it this way. Other examples, such as, for example, how do you turn situations where the city no longer correspond to the pedestrians? How can you insert points where the population can deal? Would you like to do? Okay, so the exhibition was very simple in this case. This was about explaining the hard situation that the world goes through with videos. Then this was case studies, even a very interesting example about how can you keep in a very dense population, can you keep a land that is not built so that people can see them as their belonging, their space of playing, of joy, and so on. So the non-construction was also a topic in these case studies. And then case studies from all over the world, and of course the universities. I have to say, I was very surprised with universities, the way they respond to the topic. I was very interested to understand that we had, as you can understand, universities applying all over the world. Some universities, you not even heard about them, but the way that they have interdisciplinary topics, even in the topic of water, how do they have like biologists, scientists, and so on, dealing with this topic in the University of Architecture, really make the work come up. And so this is interesting. As a teacher, I was very surprised, and is a food for thought, because more and more interdisciplinary is key.
So the next exhibition took place in the National Museum for Contemporary Art by Tao Tavengwa and Vijenti Rao. Vijenti originally from India and Tao originally from Zimbabwe. Tao works between South Africa, Zimbabwe, and London, and Vijenti is mostly based in New York. So one of the key elements of this exhibition was how do we, through architectural practices, whatever their nature might be, address issues of inequity, environmental, social, economic inequities and imbalances. And one of the interesting aspects of this exhibition was to point out opportunities or show cases of when those more informal arrangements between, let's say, designers and communities can emerge. And this brought to our attention somehow ways for us to rethink what's the role of architects in communities and society. How do we act through a project in any given context? And one of the things that they pointed out was that a lot of times these rather more dynamic, informal processes are faster, are more effective, and they have a greater impact because they are. This is not just about community involvement or engagement. They are really tackling issues within the community. So it's almost like pointing out when architecture fails as a more traditional formal processes, what are the opportunities that emerge across the planet. So the work that this particular exhibition showed was work at various scales, and sometimes quite minute at the scale of almost a bench that occupies a space that becomes inhabitable space, but the kind of social impact of that intervention was enormous.
So in this case, the exhibition was quite mobile. It was almost like furniture. It was about you and the table where things were, so very intimate. You're supposed to move all the things around, but actually the numbers that you were facing that exhibition was quite unbelievable, such as they would actually express all over the world numbers with inequity, but also how can you actually endure situations of climate in every part of the world. So the numbers were absolutely astonishing. Now, what is incredible about this exhibition is about, and maybe this triennale, because the topic terra is so broad, that we decide, no, let's turn this more human. We were facing the COVID, so can we show examples where the connection between architecture and the public really make a human transformation? And so the examples are sometimes very simple, such as, for example, this library. Nobody was going to this library, the building on the back, more like classic types of library that we all know. And they said, no, we're going to bring the library outside. And such with a small intervention, it became the hub of the city. Everybody was there to read a book and even to share the book they have at home. So this is a very simple example and in a way kind of can disassemble easily. But so the exhibition was showing almost like small topics of where things can happen and architecture can make a difference. Diogo was talking about the bench, but actually is an interesting story to tell. In Zimbabwe, people are facing, through the war, mental problems, the idea of not belonging to a place, and today we were talking about that, was an issue. And to reach out to all these people that need some of them or most of them to go to the hospital, but they refuse because the hospital is something that they will not like to be. One way to solve it through the mind of an architect and also to the team, diverse team, was actually, why don't you put a bench, very well designed, in the public space with a grandmother sitting on it? And let them talk to the grandmother. And maybe if we teach the grandmother, she can tell us who needs to go to the hospital and how can we reach out, or those who simply say, no, you need to solve your problem at home. This is what, as a grandmother, I suggest. Now, this idea that sometime with very little we can reach the population is really key, was also interesting to us to understand that to connect with a certain population, you need to know well that population. Maybe the bench does not work for all cultures, but it did work for that specific culture. So maybe that is through art, maybe through mental health, but what we architects need to understand is not directing people to a hospital that we designed so well, but to levels of reaching out the population, starting maybe with a bench, but then can be a mobile clinic, as they did, and then a small hospital, and then in extreme, a place, an asylum probably. So this is what this exhibition was about. Very simple things, intimate relation with the public, with the work that you're supposed to somehow spend time and understand the situation.
A small point about this exhibition is you could see, going back, the walls have no materials whatsoever. So what's interesting to learn as well is about the strategy of each exhibition designer. The exhibition designer was not part of the curatorial team. It was an architect commissioned to work with the curator. So the Triennale somehow always believed that this kind of, let's call it triangulated love, could be quite productive in many ways. So what's interesting here is that there's no materials on the walls. Everything is mobile. As you can see, some of the pieces have wheels, some of the pieces have drawers, and in those drawers is where each project is extensively explained. So you could also enjoy this exhibition by just traveling through lightly, or you could spend some time looking at the work in more detail. The next exhibition is Visionaries, and one of the things we wanted to point out from the outset of this Triennale is that one of the things that one could say is a common thread within architecture throughout centuries and centuries is this idea for us to work for the future. We work with the past, we work in the present, with the past, in the present, for the future. And so the ability for us to see through, to work, as it were, advocating as activists towards what in most architects' minds may be projected as a better future or more plausible future, a more sustainable future, as we heard this morning. So we wanted to bring, let's say, centuries of practices and abilities to envision. That's why the name Visionaries seemed quite strong and clear. And the challenge we presented to Anastasia was to thread these through time as well, not just as what are we doing today, but what have we been doing through architecture throughout centuries or decades.
So maybe the water is a big issue here. And so there was a full room dedicated to water. And in this case, it was not just colonizing the water, but actually dwell with other species that live in that environment. How can we connect them? And in this case, they were very interested about energy. And so how can, through windmills and through even the ties movement, to create energy to feed the mainland. But this is more about understanding deep water, deep species, and how can we humans be more understandable that we need to save the oceans, for sure. Now, examples of that, so the exhibition was divided in rooms. Some of them were quite interesting. Maybe I will focus in probably, let me see if there is one. There is not an image here, but there was a room dedicated to Roger Angers. And maybe for today, this is quite an interesting topic. And Roger Angers was this French architect that in the 70s decided to implement a sustainable city in India. This was a great challenge, an incredible opportunity, and it was very successful. Roger Angers died, and the city is still growing. But yet today's way of understanding became an issue of what was sustainable before and what is sustainable now. Roger Angers was, of course, thinking the way we are thinking today, in a very visionary way, to say, how can this city live with zero things from outside? So they produce their own energy, they produce their own ways of being in the middle of a forest. They even produce culture. So it was very successful. But now the people that dwells there wants to close themselves to the environment, and they say, no, we don't want this to keep on growing. So the example of Roger Angers is, of course, we all, and today we are trying here to be somehow visionaries, but how can our ideas to be implemented and to be successful? Ana Puma Condor, she came for the talks, and she's now the leading architect of the future city that Roger Angers imagined. And she's, of course, asking questions, as a visionary she is, and asking, how can we progress? So this is a perfect example of how ideas can somehow freeze in time, or they can progress. And the idea of progression for those visionaries of the 70s, they prefer now to frozen in time. So it's food for thought for all of us. It's very interesting. And again, another interesting thing is this idea that we call visions. The person that has an idea and that he can succeed that idea in various scales. And of course, we are talking here about a monasterium that they design everything from the clothes to the space. The space is amazing. We might be able very soon to visit, but everything was designed in perfection, having into account even a possible proportion of the body that was not a modular that the architect decided, but the proportions of the nuns that live in that monasterium. Anyway, food for thought, future for the city, how important is just to locate a small washroom the importance of a washroom to a community that does not have them. So that was the things. Independent projects, very quickly, shall I mention? Okay, so the interesting thing is the moment we had all the universities merging to the other exhibitions, we could invite more independent projects. That in this topic makes a lot of sense. So here we are showing the diverse hypotheses of what this was. Maybe just to refer, this is quite interesting after plastic, maybe even for you, Marcos, because this team, they realized that a lot of particles in the plastics allow for the nature to actually succeed, and the nature involves in the plastics and actually makes them disappear. So it's quite an interesting opportunity. Other things, for example, situations at a broken city with broken infrastructures, and how can we interact in such a macro scale to that. Issues of feminism, also already mentioned this. This is an interesting thing. This is a team from MIT that put together all the trails in water that exists in the planet. And now you're going to think, well, is this important or not? Initially, I was like, I don't know. Anyway, what was interesting is this data was not given to you. You might have it in NASA, you might have it in some particular countries, but it's not given to us as citizens of the world. And when you look at this data put together by them, it's quite overwhelming because you have centers of trades in the middle of the water that you think, my God, but this is in the middle of nowhere. Why all the ships are coming here? Guess what? It's to dump garbage. So the moment you see all our oceans portrayed in these maps, you kind of became overwhelmed because what we don't see is what they don't want to tell us. And it's quite amazing where they're going to do things in some places that you have no idea that it's happening. River Sums was an amazing exhibition that transformed the landscape, and how can, with interventions through time, that river that was not with life, totally polluted, be transformed. Fabrics, the opportunity that we lost, that fabrics could be an opportunity in our houses to actually contain heat. And so all these textiles that in our old houses, tapestries and so on the walls, were doing a lot. And now this research team is trying to bring that idea back. They are from Poland. For most of you which are here might know them. Awards, maybe now it's you, and we're going to finalize.
So part of the Triennale is obviously finding ways to celebrate work by our colleagues, by our peers, by younger generations. So these are the 3 awards that we were asked to consider. The jury of these awards was composed by people from different parts of the world as well. And so what we have is the first time also that the University's Award was given to not only master students, but also to research centers. So we provided, we asked the Triennale the opportunity to provide awards for both research and master students in professional accredited programs. And so these are the awards that were given. And then the debut awards, there's a lot of conversations about how young is an architect, how old is an architect, what defines a debut, let's say, window. And we were really astonished to see the quality of the work coming from all over the world, from young practices. The winning practice is a very junior practice from Brazil. And Marina Tabassum received the Lifetime Achievement. We had a lot of conversations. She's younger than Christina and I. And the previous nominees were much older. And this, again, brought up the conversation about what does this word mean and what are the opportunities given with these awards. We have to say that The jury for these awards was composed by 6 people. Christine and I were part of this jury. The Triennale required that we voted without talking to each other. Obviously, we did follow the rules very carefully. But the point we wanted to make was that the discussions about the discussion amongst us about how to recognize, how to celebrate work from various regions, from people whose work is very well known and people whose work has a very meaningful impact was quite interesting. And I have to say that for us, when we look at Marina's work and how close her work seems to be with the topics of this Triennale, made us really feel very happy about how this constellation was really working. The Talk conference that took place in this space brought together several speakers. Again, we asked, and this was different from the previous editions, we worked with the curators of each exhibition so that each exhibition had a contribution to the topic of the conferences. So we worked together with the 4 exhibitions curators to bring people who had something to say about the topics of each exhibition. And in that sense, this was very provocative. This was very productive in a way because we had joint meetings where the curators all got together, all discussed these possibilities. And this was also opportunities for everyone to learn as much as possible from each other. The Triennale at the beginning also asked that we thought about publications, not catalogs, but books that would compile a series of essays on the very same topics of each exhibition. So the previous experience of the Triennale regarding publications was that the first editions, they had a big book. Translating from Portuguese to English, we called these big books bricks. And they wanted the smaller books, more like pocket-like size, slimmer, so that you could pick up 1 or 2 or 3 and take one in your travels to your work or elsewhere, and read them as you felt like reading them. So again, the interesting thing here was that the books themselves are mostly edited by each exhibition curator, with our contributions and contributions from either people outside of the exhibitions or people whose work was being exhibited. So in a way, the publications are also an opportunity to, let's say, live a written legacy of the way people are thinking, reflecting on the topics that were part of the show. And I'm quite sure that you'll figure out different ways of interacting. We're very much open for any kinds of questions, comments, suggestions, criticisms. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cristina. Thank you, Diogo. I think it was very interesting presentation. For me personally, very interesting because my first time in Lisbon, it was 2007. I already shared this with Cristina. It was because of the Triennale, the architecture. So this is something which, and this is the cycle.
This is the cycle.
And actually, I was listening very carefully your presentation, and it seems to be very rich program. And I know how difficult it is to be a curator and to manage all this content. But what comes to my mind, based on my experience, actually, I would like to know if you, because you've been involved in many of these exhibitions during the time, how it changed and why you choose this approach for last exhibition, and what do you think what will be the future? Since we are talking about the future, it would be interesting, maybe we can discuss it together, what could be in 2025.
Maybe I start. But I just want to say that what was key here was to find the good team. So you can't imagine how many curators all over the world we interviewed. And what we want to make sure is that they would allow to listen to other voices. And so the teams we choose were perfect. and the curators were perfect in that sense. So it made our life quite easy, because it was really a teamwork. Everybody knew about the other curator's work, which is very hard to get that possibility, but we managed. And another thing was, because this is, like I said before, this is a very broad topic, and to us was important to, maybe with simple topics, maybe not with just very fancy and complex architecture, show that it's possible to make us more in connection with the population and to solve quite big issues with very simple things. And that was the idea of this Triennale. I believe that many issues were left to say, which is, of course, what it is. I was going to say that one perfect topic for the next Triennale would be just on water. And for what I can see, and you guys understand this topic today, is quite an essential thing. So it would be quite interesting to just give it as a prime topic to water, not just the land, even though we focus a little bit on that. But saying this about the future, I would say that the future, we are visionaries, all of us as architects, and the reason why we're here today is because we believe something needs to be changed. And for a lot of us, we are also teachers. We have that role to actually teach the younger generations what is going on. And especially me, but Diogo, we like to live all over the world. And so the opportunity of calling home to different places is for us a humble way to belong, because we are always the weakness in where we are. But this is to say that we all have to learn from each other. And every time you change to a place, is not just your ideas, is what the others have to offer you. And maybe this idea of the bench is a very simple one, but there are so many out there that you have to learn from. And so that is I would say my visionary idea is listen to the others and follow what they really need in a particular place. And I think that maybe with very little we can do a lot. I don't know if you want to say. We always have different ideas, so you always...
It's called marriage.
It's called
marriage. Just as a compliment, I would say that one of the things we learn from these different exhibitions and different ways of being in practice or research in architecture is that, and I was really happy to see Marcus' presentation this morning, is that we as architects have an ability to understand tools and the role of design and the role of envisioning ideas and transforming them in graphic terms that probably almost nobody else has. And that ability, it is not to make drawings, but to translate ideas into a vocabulary, let's say, a graphic vocabulary or spatial or material vocabulary that can be communicated, shared, and engage people from all kinds of fields. I mean, we are very much used to work within our field, with other fields in an interdisciplinary way. And what we are seeing more now is this idea of working in a kind of what has been referred more contemporary as in a transdisciplinary way, i.e. that the boundaries between design teams, consultants, clients, community are being blurred. And in that sense, what we see is that our role as architects can become even more crucial, because we're not moving towards although I mean, we can see this in regulated practices, where there's a corporate protection of even the use of a title of the architects in the parts of the world, but we are moving towards a more collaborative, more open processes. And we heard the presentation this morning to address these, that the ideas of having a open process or open software or open sources can be quite productive for everyone's fields. And when we listen again, sorry to repeat this, but Marco's interdisciplinary work is quite inspiring in a way that we can see how these younger generations of architects are more prompted and more enthused about working in that sense.
Thank you very much. I think really we can learn from each other a lot, and I think I would like to open the discussion, and there are already some questions. I think first was Rita and then Ivona. Sorry.
Thank you, Cristina and Diogo. It was very, interesting to listen to your presentation here, because I visit the Triennale, already. But I wanted just to focus here in one detail. I think it's a detail, but it means a lot in terms of the issues that you are dealing with, and we are dealing here too, which are these let's say, ecological or kind of not mystical. I don't want to, but of course we know that there are people that don't agree with it, and there's kind of controversy about this, climate emergency, change and emergency, and we all know that. But I was trying to focus here on the tone, on the tone of your proposal for the Triennale exhibition, because I find it's a difficult balance, to be kind of try to be far away from the I was here writing the pessimist, approach, pay attention, alarmist approach, or the optimistic, or the maybe too much optimistic. Sometimes we see that, when it's an approach, of course, a tone, let's say, and or a more but paternalist or whatever kind of can learn well, and I just wanted to focus on this question about the tone, because we are here facing this SOS Climate, and waterfront, and we are all dealing with this thing that is going to happen, but it doesn't happen. But I think
you mean the water rising is not happening?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, it's we are waiting for something to happen. So it's a kind of alarmista. No,
it depends where you are in the planet. Yes. I'm afraid some of them don't have any more a place to live, and if you go to the Pacific, that you have.
Yes, of course, I totally agree. Yeah. That's why I'm talking about this tone, because of course I congratulate your work in the Triennale, and I find it very, I would say, not. I would say not natural, but to the point. So it's not pessimist or optimist or alarmist or whatever. So I wanted to ask you, what's your position about this question? Because we also are here talking about these thematics, the way to, communicate, disseminate our ideas, and how to bring, for instance, yesterday we were talking about, for instance, to bring the memories of the floods to people, which is a kind of alarmist way to put tone, to put some questions, some thematics, this in particular. And so I wanted maybe that you could comment on this.
Okay, I'm going to try. But so first thing is both me and Diogo, we're very optimistic. First
yes,
thing.
Yes. Yeah, me too.
The second thing is, of course, our curators were the same. But we said, how can we send this message to the people? And this is more important than give just a few examples, is how do you can make people in a very simple way, with very simple examples, be a protagonist. It's not anymore about this kind of events. It's about how can you reach your neighbor and is doing something for the planet. So the moment you touch with very simple examples that people can understand that they can be protagonists by just doing whatever in their possibilities are able to do, we're going to reach a wonderful point, and that's what we believe.
That's
so
interesting.
this triennale was focusing in sending message all over from the books that are more for maybe for us, but also for the public. And that's why the way that we describe the exhibitions were actually made them possible for the normal person to not only engage, but to understand the message. And so maybe that's what we believed, is with very little you can reach further and make each one of us say, but I can do that. I can participate in that. So that is our idea.
So another thought we had was that if you look at the names, let's say just the names of the previous editions, urban voids, let's talk about houses, the form of form, and we the poetics of reason. I mean, we were very inspired by all these names. We participated in some of these editions, but we one of the things we felt was that we wanted to have let's say a click in a way that the 2022 Triennale could be more extroverted than introverted. We were more interested in not only the opportunity to learn from different places, but also the opportunity to bring architecture to a wider audience without losing its relevant, let's say, own field disciplinary relevance, which is a tough balance. But we were informed by the staff of the Triennale that whenever there were visits, the number of people, let's say, outside of the field of architecture was bigger in this edition than it is. Maybe the name itself stirred a sense of curiosity, but we were very much aware that it's not. We were trying to not point out that everything goes, but we were trying to point out to other realms of possibilities. And one of the things, maybe because we've been living in Canada for so many years, is that a lot of times when we talk about sustainability and less CO2 producing construction industry, one of the most common comments from the north is we need to build everything in wood. But if you look at other places across the planet, building in wood is simply insane. And so we were, as much as possible, trying to be cautious about that. We did not want to have this kind of bipolar global north and global south tone of patronizing people in terms of what they need to do. We wanted them to share with us, share here in Lisbon, which has been a universal place for centuries and centuries and centuries, so that we could recenter Lisbon as well as part of a place where these ideas about globalization or global ideas or diverse ideas across the planet could be shared in that sense. So it's as Christine was saying, it's about listening and then taking action. And obviously, I'm yet to meet an architect who's not an optimistic person, right? It's almost it's almost like a conundrum. It's an impossible equation.
So, Ivana, if you can.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Ivona Price. I'm working in a cultural organization in Sweden, and we are actually working as a methodology with artistic interventions on different subjects, among others also environment, but we are working with cultural heritage, with post-industrial sites, trying to raise the questions which are very valid for today's society. society. And thank you for this amazing presentation and your wonderful examples. I'm a little bit jealous because we don't have the resources of Triennale and those beautiful venues. But my thoughts are like you are speaking about using the language of architecture and how try to answer the question or use the architecture for influencing the societal problems. And what I can see here, that you are also working very much interdisciplinary, that it's not only architecture, very much not only architecture, it's art.
Oh, yeah.
So you are, of course, working as artists, and maybe this is the key to success, that architecture in itself would not be able to showcase the problematics, that the language of art is much more being able to reach people and show the problematics in a different way. For people, we are working in a participatory way. And this is also what my question to you. How much participatory are you? And who are you? Who is your audience?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for the work you're doing. That's wonderful. Okay, so in fact, we were, well, I don't know if you're listening, but, well, the thing is, this is, like I said, a very broad topic. We were quite interested to reach out to a very broad public, which is a tough way, right? Because you not only have more intellectuals and people that are doing research on the field that were presented in the Triennale, but also how can we communicate ideas that could be apprehended to different public. So that was a hard topic. I hope we managed to do it, but it's always a difficult part. Now, about this idea that how do you reach and how participatory we were. Well, in fact, it was about a lot of the curators had interventions all over. They look for examples all over the world. So there was a sort of a network connection through there. There was a situation where it was totally participatory. For example, there was institutions that were part of multiplicities that were engaged in Triennale. Triennale was not just about exhibitions, were actually to give them voices. So there was a lot of workshops. There was a lot of even independent projects that brought the discussion to the public, and they give not only lectures but workshops to involve the population and even people they brought all over the world. So it was as possible in different scales participatory. If you can say it was 100%, no, it was not possible to do it, because we also want to have those which are also embedded in their own ideas, that is monovisions, but they also have a way to be there. So there is this person that has this strong idea and they really can transform the world, that was also allowed to be there. And then, of course, listen to criticism. But this is to say that was quite open, and it was quite a lot of activities involved the public, let's put it this way, in very different kind of public. We had interventions of people that could not see, we did special guide tours for them, people with difficulties to listen, difficulties to see, and there was explanations about that. Lots of children involved in these activities. Of course, schools of architecture, institutions all over Europe, and even some of them came from all over the world. We had to do some interventions of people that came from Australia, from South Africa, from Latin America. So we tried as much as you can. If at the end you say, but this could give you a good number, no, I'm afraid not, but we tried as much as possible to do it. Right?
I could also say in terms of process or methods, if one takes into account that we were in our living room across the pond working mostly online, one of the things that we realized that we had to consider is that this was a project. And as we teach in a kind of studio-based environment, what we thought about was that we need to run these as a project, i.e. we have our first ideas, we're going to talk about it. We're going to get feedback from whoever comes to these meetings. We presented this amongst our colleagues at the school. We presented this amongst some of the students at the school. Even if it was just a draft. We had no name for anything at that point. And in that sense, let's say within our communities, we try to just constantly talk about the work, constantly getting feedback, to also bring to our senses where were the flaws, where things were not clear, etc., etc. We had weekly meetings with the Triennale team, the touch-based meetings, and once a month we had meetings with a broader council of the Triennale as well. So in that sense, I would say the method of constantly seeking feedback from whoever helped to strengthen, clarify some of the areas of, let's say, of the ideas that we were trying to put forward. So that was something that I would say it's not, I mean, it's community participation in that sense, but it's what we do when we engage the community, i.e. with the designers, we have this responsibility, but we're working not for us, we're working with other people and being, let's say, fearless about sharing those ideas, knowing that we have to wrap up everything at the end and figure out how to continue to develop the design or the pathway for this edition. But this constant throwing things into, as it were, crisis was part of a method that we embraced with generous optimism.
Could I?
Thank you very much for the response. And I would like to ask Marcos, because you wanted to ask a question, but also at the same time open the general discussion also from the audience to the other presentation which has been already presented. So maybe you will come across with some questions. So this is the time now.
Thank you for the super clear and super interesting way of introducing, I think, some of us who haven't been to the Biennale, unfortunately. So I had the feeling I was there now. My question, and by the way, I heard it was a great success. I heard it from various voices.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to ask you about an experience you have now that, for instance, a person like me and many others didn't have, which is to curate such a large exhibition. And we're talking here about something that is the communication and the contribution of a discussion with a very broad topic, public, but also with a very specialized public, which is this conundrum you were talking about. How do you address the general public at the same time, balance it out with a very specialist public that wants particular types of things? And you have now this experience, and I was thinking about 2 points. One is the notion of the title, of how narrow or open a title has to be, and how you think back at the title Terra, which I think is a beautiful title, by the way, also because it has these multiple meanings, but it's a very big one, and as you, Christina, mentioned, it's a very, very open one. And how positive is it to have such an open title, or is there a need for a narrow one? And that relates to curation, or the curatorial role, which ultimately deals with the notion of legacy, which is the exhibition finished, the publications are there, what's the legacy that remains behind? And we know that in terms of methods of teaching, the methods of communication, you have people who are very top-down, and you have people who are very open and delegate more and allow others to participate. But by doing that, they're also giving away a sense of control over a certain aim they have to have a certain legacy. And this is a very complicated and complex balance. And I just wanted you to post-rationalize, looking back, especially when you were away and having all these meetings online, how important was the title? Or would you now, in hindsight, think that maybe a slightly narrow title would have been an advantage or disadvantage? And how does it affect the legacy of this biennale, which was a success, but in a way something remains behind, which is always very simple stuff that people remember. Oh, that was the biennale of the whatever. You know, this thing. And you think, gosh, that biennale was about, or triennale was about so much more than just, but these things that people keep in mind, which become reference points. So I think you have, look, I don't have this experience, and I often thought, my God, to be a curator of such a big endeavor is a major task, because you think about that. It's what's the legacy that will remain, and what's the contribution you make. And therefore the title becomes the first essential piece of the whole puzzle, which is, if that is too broad or too narrow, you might get it wrong. So that's sort of, I just thought of it.
A wonderful, you want to be first now? I'm always first.
So first point of clarification. We love the title. I love the title. Right, and
I love it too.
I mean, it's a biased position, as it were. But the small point of clarification: this is not a title that Christine and I had in our minds. This is a title, a word that came from discussion as well. So it's not something that whatever we do is going to be called Terra, and then we'll figure out what's coming next. No, this is what we're doing. And we were kind of in soul searching with the other curators and with friends and consultants about what could make sense of all of this. So regarding the question of how open, how precise, I would say, in my mind at least, the openness of it is very healthy, because it prompts multiple interpretations. And I would say, for me, this has a relationship with being generous to other positions, being open to other positions. One of the criticisms about this edition was there was not enough architecture, like capital A architecture, and we pointed out, no, there's a lot of architecture, it's just different. Right? It's just different kinds of practices. It's not only by Chipperfields and those kind of persons whose work we admire, study, learn from, but it's about other voices as well. And the other interesting thing, that's why I mentioned the word extroverted, is that obviously without losing sense of its own interdisciplinary discussions, to have something that would appeal to the broader public, for us would provide an opportunity to explore why we believe in architecture. And it's not a self-serving field, right? We don't do things for their own sake. That's one of the, I would say, the most beautiful and profound elements of our discipline, our profession, our field, is that it's a very much outwards looking. And the struggle is, how do you keep your inward-looking relevance? Why is it important? And in that sense, to bring this discussion to a wider public seemed really, really important. The other thing I would say that for us was crucial and obvious, maybe, again, it's our biased position because we've been teaching for so many years, is that we wanted the younger generations to be part of these discussions. The future architects will deal with all these issues. I'm not saying that we mapped all the issues that you have to be worried about. These are some of the issues, but to engage younger generations in these discussions for us was crucial, because they will be in 10, 20, 30, 40 years, the curators, the architects, the critics, and so on and so forth, the researchers, etc., etc. So to think about this triennale as a way to integrate these speculations, these concerns, in terms of time, in terms of generations, in terms of geographies, felt important. So in that sense, going back to your first question, having an open-ended title, short, one word, but with multiple meanings, seemed a good balance in terms of allowing that space for us to plug in our own ways.
I just have to say that the title was probably one of the last things we get together. Oh, yeah. We had so many titles, so many direct to some points, And like Diogo said, we look from many opinions all over the world, because living in different points of the world, we call home to a lot of places, and our friends are there and we call them. And the interesting thing is they were very interested about this Portuguese word. I know it's a Latin word, most of you know it, but to have all these meanings, that what is to be in Lisbon, and to feel this word with such a profound meaning that doesn't have in other languages, was really compelling to them. The space of belonging, the space that we seek from, we were, a lot of us, we were in the fishermen, and so the connection with water is the land that we belong. But everybody has this notion about what is the place that we belong, so it's part of what is land, but also because it relates so much with architecture, because it's also the tool that we work with the earth. So that was one of the important things to achieve. But I would say that most of anything was to actually tell people that what we're dealing here in this triennale is something that is meaningful to you. And the word terra, it's quite impressive to everybody. People would say, and then at the same time, we were under COVID, that everybody was feeling this deeply. So we kind of say we need to treasure not only the word, but actually the planet. So I think it was quite a spot thing. But it was one of the last things we achieved, actually. It's very hard. And all of you that write papers and everything, you understand how difficult it is to get a title. But terra, also, it's very a Portuguese meaning. And I have this feeling that to be at the periphery of Europe, we were always the ones that could be looking towards the course of everything. And to have that vision, Jorge Luis Borges used to say, it gives you a sense of balance, because you can see both sides. That is quite nice. And I think the Portuguese are a little bit like that. We understand, because even if we always want to belong to the course, we are always outsiders, and that makes us different, and maybe with an opportunity to see differently. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, we have already topic for the next Triennale, which is water. About the title, we can discuss. So I would have such a crazy idea. We have discussion yesterday that our project is going to be end, and what we will do after. Maybe, Pedro, this is, now. Marcus's desire is to be a curator. So maybe this is the way we should go forward with the project, and generally with the dissemination of the output. I don't know, what do you think about it? This is now the question to Pedro, actually.
I would like to know what's the plan for the afternoon. Sorry, I lost my agenda. Do we have a round table at some point?
Very clever changing of the topic.
Oh, we just started the round table.
We started, as we mentioned, that we start the round table since there is a good mood.
I would like to pick on what Ivana asked. So maybe I don't know. Or do I need this? Yeah, this one is on. Yeah. So, which is what we are doing here. There is the feeling I have in all these meetings is that we carry a lot of knowledge on the topic, on each of the cities that we've been addressing. And one of the struggles is to leave the room, engage society, and share knowledge, and have a cultural impact, because we all realize how many waste, how many mistakes, how many misunderstandings are continuously going on, at least in Europe, at least in the 5 cities that we studied, and we just go crazy with how can we contribute to this. And we realize that we try, or we should be trying to have a cultural impact. And that's how we believe that stakeholders, political leaders, decisions will be taken differently. And I don't think we have been very efficient about that. So maybe in the next program we will require further way more means for that. Because we are clearly living a time of polarization of society, and that's related with what's in your pockets, with the algorithms going on. And we are all somehow, even if we are very alert, we end up being victims of this polarization and this post-truth momentum where we are, where very critical things that are put out there and that we talk about, that we share, they are not understood or they are misunderstood. How do you go over that bridge? I have no idea. But I think it's a good question. So I don't know if some of you want to answer that question or contribute to the discussion.
Okay, Ivona, go ahead.
About it during our project that I am so glad that we can speak about it now. No, not this one. Pedro, I think that even if we, according to what you said just now, we didn't manage to get so much to the outside world with our message, I think that the 1,000 people who passed this project during the years between 2018 actually and now is a lot of people. We have been both secondees and researchers and invited guests and speakers and people from the outside world. And during the secondments we've met bunches of people from different surroundings, but also artists and I don't know, municipalities. All of them were here. So I think that it's a success. It's a success. And the next step is, of course, to try to reach even more and send this message which we have in our computers, which we are working on now. We are not really sure what the message is, I guess, but the 3 coming weeks will show to send this message even farther, because the value of ourselves to learn that the language of architecture, the language of urban planning, the language of art can be combined in a simple message about our waters, about our environment, is really invaluable. And that's what is the winning of this project.
Maybe there are some more comments from the public. Eva, please.
Thank you. I agree with Ivona, and I agree with Pedro also. I think that is maybe one of the lessons of this project. I think that the project is successful because raised questions. I don't think that the answers are the most important thing. Most important is to see what's probably the next step in raising questions. So yeah, I think it's a big achievement to have reached municipalities and 1,000 people, and that's really great. But probably this shows also that there are outside many millions. And how do we do this? And I loved, Pedro, that you asked this question, because I thought probably this will be, or could be, leading, guiding thought about water. It's water the theme, very nice. Maybe water is a communication tool. I don't know. That's it. Just a question.
No, I was not part of the program, so I was invited to give a talk. So
but we are now in the open discussion,
yeah,
so
bear
everybody is allowed to speak now, even those who had already spoken.
Bear with me if I'm making a comment that doesn't sort of focus specifically to what you on all the efforts that you have made. And when I hear 1,000 people involved, that's a big thing. And I was having a conversation with Pedro yesterday. Then, I mean, there are grants, European grants often that have far much more money involved, and you get into the medical sciences and you have large sums of money shared amongst universities. So when you have the values that you are talking about here, they're big, but they're not that big either. And I think one of the very difficult terms that we hear very often when it gets to grants and bringing lots of universities and partners together is the word impact. It's a very complex one, because how to measure impact or measure success is a very difficult thing. And we know that in the arts and humanities, in the architecture schools, that many of them are parts of the arts and humanities, and surely the art courses had great difficulty in dealing with impact, because the impact can't be measured like in the sciences. Because the impact is very often long-term, is very slow, or very indirect, and just even creating a network of people who then gradually disseminate the knowledge that they have gained from others, and just the sharing can have a major impact. But it's very difficult to measure it. So I just thought about the term translation, application of thought and of knowledge into real action. Now, again, sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. But I would say, and I'm going back to a question of time that Christina asked before, that we all know that we are running out of time. So there's no doubt about that. I mean, you call it SOS, climate, waterfronts, and so on. So it's about emergency. And if we are running out of time, one of the big questions is, do we need a quicker translation from theory to actions? Do we need more quick interventions? Do we need a change of practice and behavior quicker? In other words, do we need something where the impact is more, not exactly measurable, but where the impact can be felt or be seen or simply be spread also more quickly? And there seems to be a sort of theory that in order to create major impact in the society, you don't have to change everybody's mind. But if you get to around 20 to 25% of the population being aware of a topic, things will change radically. So one never has to have the aim to change half of the population's opinion, or surely not the entire, because that would be impossible. But how to get to 20 to 25% of the population to understand that there has to be a change? And that is also within the professions. So I don't know. I'm throwing something into the arena here, which is, if we are running out of time, are we being complacent just to be self-congratulatory and saying, well done, everybody. It was a great effort. It was wonderful to get together. We're all amazing. We learned a lot. We go back, and there will be another project and we'll have another theme. Is that enough? Or do we need slightly more radical action simply because the clock is ticking? In a few years' time, we are in 2030, and all the deadlines that we are supposed to have to 2030 are just disappearing, and then we will be starting to say, well, no, 2030, no, we can't get it, so 2040, let's give it another 10 years because we couldn't get it. So what is the action that we need, and how do we, and the more I participate in conferences and symposia, how much do we need to take away with this into real action? Or is it fine that we just continue sharing and we have the impact that we are used to? And I'm not sure, but I'm more of the opinion that I'm an optimist, without any doubt, and I think everybody is probably in the room. Yet if we are running out of time, then there's a level of devil's advocate coming into, which is maybe optimism is not enough. Actually, it's maybe not enough, really not enough, because some more radical action is needed. How? How do we do that? And we are privileged because we are sharing knowledge and we are getting in touch with knowledge that really inspires us. We are very aware of the situation. Many other people are not. So we are the first ones that have to take action somehow in our own fields. And I think about myself, I think about this every day, I have to say. Because I think the complacency or the happiness before, it becomes a complacency. And there is the need for more, I believe, direct action.
Thank you very much. And we have time for some more questions and discussions. So please, Jermaine, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say action is the word. Become an activist instead of an expert.
That was a clear message. So we're handing over the word to some of the previous presenters as well. So please, go ahead.
Actually, I think many of us are activists at the same time. It is not, if we do enough, of course, I always ask myself that I always have impression that I don't do enough. That even if I'm, I don't know, working with the revitalization project, I could do more. I could reach more people. I could go knock, I don't know, 100 times to the city and maybe do one more thing, one more step. But I think we do try to do it.
This is a very nice expression about this butterfly effect. So once all of us start to do something, we will come up with a great thing. So I think we as here are in the room, all of us are doing something later on. For sure, it will be an impact.
I was just trying to kind of understanding the typologies of this kind of impact. No? So some of us are teachers, so we take this to our students, and they are learning to, how to deal, to design with the real world. And we saw yesterday some of the students here, and they said, "Oh, I didn't know about this. Oh, that's why you talk about whatever." Yes, this is the reason. So it's the students, of course. It's of course here the researchers and the stakeholders, of course. Yesterday we also talked about that responsible in the municipality that learned here during a month of work that he was doing all wrong. So it's a good impact for the municipality. Yes, and so we have the notion. No? So I think we don't have the capacity of organization. No.
Okay, Fred, please. There's Fred.
There is always also Fred. Does it work? Yes. Thank you. What makes me positive about this project, what's not still finished, is that it's a Marie Curie project. It's not like so many scientific projects that the result at the end is almost defined at the beginning. It's Marie Curie that makes me very enthusiastic. It's about where people meet, there will be results. It's one of the only Brussels programs that the results is open. It's about meeting each other. And that's why academic and non-academic bodies participate in this program. Of course, a lot of you architects that give lectures are an architect as well. So there daily business and university are in one hand. The Dutch party, 16 people that leave their job and family behind them, mostly more 50, 60 years old professionals, have participated with joy in this program because what they hear, they bring directly after the month in their work. And I hope they bring also knowledge and insights in the workspace and in the sessions we have. I think that when this 3-year program, what became 4.5 by COVID, is ended, it's like a wave. It will go on. I'm a coastal engineer, so thinking in waves is easy for me, maybe not for you. In October, when the program is finished, we in the Netherlands will have a mini conference. All our 16 participants will invite 1 or 2 friends from business, from family, maybe a nephew that just started studying, to bring our results among our friends, our business associates. Maybe one of you that wants to visit in the Netherlands the end of October, you can join as well. It's not a program, it's just our enthusiastic result of 4.5 years activity. And maybe after that, another event will come, maybe in another country. You never know, but I think in waves. I think this program is a wave, and I've learned that swell can come hundreds of kilometers far. So for me, this program, and I think for the other 15 Dutch people in program, it is swell. And swell in English is also happiness, isn't it? It's swell. So we are here with much optimism.
Thank you very much, Fred. I think it sharing the knowledge and the experience later on. There is some question still in the public. Pedro? Bernardo, sorry.
Me, if nobody else. Well, I think these are the discussions are right and important. I think it's the center might be again whether the right, whatever the right might be in. So we have a very separate and very disparate society. We have no doubt about that. So it's probably in the middle that we find something. I'm not I don't think I'm an optimist or a pessimist. I mean, realist is also not the word. And I'm not as Woody Allen's that optimists are pessimistic with just bad information. No, but we also need to be, I think one of the words that came to me today, especially because I think Diogo mentioned os pés na terra, in Latin, in Portuguese, humildade it comes from humus, earth, which is also the title. So we need also a lot of humbleness, I think. We also need to take a lot of, we are not the center of the universe, and this is not the only time that the universe is in crisis, although I think it's, of course, we are going through a very tough moment. But I think we also need to understand that there's a lot of other stuff that goes around us. And that, just to say that we haven't solved this problem of being a specialist, being a very highly educated person, and communities and people who don't know how to read but know a lot of other stuff that we don't know. We still haven't solved that. And probably we won't solve in a few years with all the technology we have. There's also a lot of other stuff. I mean, not metaphysical stuff also counts. And I think we need to be humble, critical, and involved in any way we can. In anywhere we are, it's very important. I think the geographical experience here with both speakers living in many places, I think that's That's also very enriching. That's very good. All the comments are different, and that is highly valuable. But we also need to understand that we are, just human beings with very, we can be washed out very quickly. Scientists say that. With a little asteroid, everything can blow up, and we are very nervous because the Zoom transmission yesterday didn't work. So we need to also take a little bit weight out and try to really make life better. I mean, I always thought that architecture was that is architecture's role. Unfortunately, we spend 99% of the time fighting with legislations and stupid laws and corrupt. And yeah, that's also our role. Sometimes to be there to fight these amazing, corruptive structures that also deal in our most of societies. So yeah, I mean, this is good. This is what we should be doing. More active, less active, screaming, breaking windows might be one way. The other way might be writing papers and organizing events like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we still welcome comments and questions from the floor. And I think today we had many very interesting discussions and also presentations. And I would also like to invite the three colleagues who presented before lunch now to give some kind of final reflections. We had the presentation by Dorota about big data and AI, and also Magdalena presented work on creative placemaking, and we had the talk about floating architectures. And it's such a wide array of topics, and it kind of speaks to the diversity of the challenges that we have ahead of us. And we mentioned before, as mentioned by Marcus and others, that talking about impact in this context is very challenging. And maybe we need to think about policy implications. What are we communicating based on what we have learned and what we're still learning in this project context? So we have very diverse way to think about the past, but also to think about the future and the future opportunities or challenges we see ahead. So with this, I also wanted to give the word to our previous presenters, since we kind of didn't have time for comments and discussions on that. So we would like to invite three presenters to give a short reflection on this.
I have an impression that there we have still in the audience only one. Okay. The rest is already. So maybe Dorota, you can have some. They are already active. Okay.
You prefer this?
I'd rather not stay here. Generally, to tell you the truth, I think I will try to stick with a little bit in the area of my presentation, which was very optimistic about the AI. Of course, there are lots of challenges. Of course, there are lots of problems connected. Generally, I believe the AI, it's just a tool. It can be used in different ways. It's not a very powerful tool. We need to have control over it. I think this is something which is extremely important. I do believe it is useful. Last year we finished quite a big cost action where we were using AI and big data for regenerative design of the cities. So directly in the, it can be used as everything in good and bad ideas.
Thank you, Dorota. I think it's something which we already touched yesterday when Carola was asked about AI in artificial intelligence, that first we have to think about values, then use it as a tool. And you also mentioned in your presentation at the end that this is only the tool, and what we have to do. This is we have to find out what we want to do and how. It's the second question then.
Several years ago, we were speaking so much about smart cities, and everybody was saying this is paradigm. In my opinion, smart cities is not a paradigm. Sustainability is a paradigm, but smartness is only a approach to achieve this. Hopefully, sustainability. Hopefully, really thinking about. Living with the climate change or slowing it down, etc. So.
Thank you very much. And we also would like to invite you, Magdalena, if you have some reflection on what would be the message to policymakers, based on what you were presenting today. I don't want to put you on the spot, but we want to give you the time since we were running a bit short of time earlier.
Okay, thank you so much. Of course, when I start my presentation, I told that we should be more human-oriented, and that probably what is important, of course, design, but also creation, and asking people to be involved in the processes that we have in the cities. And what I mean by involvement, it's not only inhabitants, because in urban regeneration projects, they are different stakeholders. So they are, of course, private and public partnerships, and this is why we should also address this issue to policymakers, as you, Katerina, mentioned. And I think it's also the policy of small steps. So as a case I was showing you, like in Dolne Miasto in Gdańsk, the initiative started with bottom-up idea, and then it was transformed to a more, let's say, organized and complex way. And also when city was, let's say, sure that this is something that can start and enhance the process in a place, it was very much important to make it more organized. But definitely it started as a bottom-up project, and definitely sometimes art is treated as if we don't know what to do, let's have artists and maybe start the process. It's not the way we should think about creative placemaking. It should be more implemented in the holistic vision, and this holistic vision should be enhanced by, let's say, also people who are in the decision-making processes. I don't know if this answered the question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Magda. I think it's also connected with the presentation of Cristina and Diogo about the participation, openness to the public, to the engaging young generation. And I completely also agree with you. Like, you wanted to get in the Triennale the students. But we have to communicate, we have to teach, but we have to also learn from each other. And I think that the very important thing, since we are thinking about the future, we should also learn from the young generation. They know a lot, and they can also teach us a lot. And as it was mentioned before, they are going to be future architects and creators and, leaders for sure. So maybe you have some other comments here.
Oh, thank you. So I found it really interesting, your point of view of placemaking for art. We experienced it also in the Netherlands very broadly. Places which were nothing, and industrial places totally lost. And then artists made a fantastic work, and now are developers buying all the place. And could you imagine to use placemaking by art for the urgency about climate change? So you already began in your Triennale maybe I always have the feeling that our language of architects, it's not enough good, not enough understandable for the world outside. But maybe if we do it with a means of art. I give you an example. The previous IPCC report, probably everybody knows about, when it came out, it was already so urgent that I expected that Mark Rutte, our Minister President, will come out and will say, we have a crisis, we have to do something about it. But nothing happened, so I thought probably he never read it or never understood it, what it was in it. But maybe with the means of art, we could better communicate about the urgency. What's your meaning?
Definitely, thank you. Thank you very much for this. I think that art is so much universal, also to address such serious questions and issues like climate change. And also what I was trying to to tell during this short presentation was that we won't achieve community resilience or resilience itself without cultural resilience and climate resilience. So this both should go definitely together. And I was talking directly about creative placemaking, which is of course a part of a big placemaking idea, but definitely using art as a means. And this was why I had the experience in US with creative placemaking, and I was really much impressed how starting the small process with exactly art, and it can transform communities. And this is like mural arts program in Philadelphia, which for me was like amazing story from really, let's say, small thing and started to be one of the biggest mural art program in US. But that means that art has this power to address very serious questions, and of course step by step we can actually achieve something more complex and serious, like climate change. Thank you.
Maybe I will also I maybe also wanted to say about the program we did in Gdańsk last year. It was Urban Regeneration Through Art project, Interreg project of the Baltic Sea Arab Cultural Planning. We were working in Nowy Port. It's one of the districts which needs regeneration, and one of the problems we found out was generally very simple, garbage. People were not taking care about their surrounding. They didn't feel the owners of their surrounding. And we created a small grant programs for NGOs, and there were many different solutions. For example, there were artists prepared workshops for the kids, and using this garbage, we were creating small things. There were people collecting and creating the art. So of course, these are very, very small stuff, and it won't change. But generally, also a part of our program was that the cultural planning as approach was later brought to the operational program of the voivodeship as one of the strategies which was promoted to be given money for the project. So you can have this strategic approach. You can, with a very small acupuncture actions, you can go to also this. Sorry, I just thought it's worth mentioning also. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Dorota. Diogo, I see that you want to respond.
Regarding technologies and technological challenges, recently I was reminded of something that Cedric Price, I was hoping that Marcus was going to be here so he could help me not to misquote Cedric, but Cedric Price, who often we say was priceless, he used to say that technology is the answer. What was the question? And I wondered today, as we listened to Are we here to provide answers? Are we here to share questions? What would be the question? Is it the planet the question? Is it the community the question? Is it this beyond the Anthropocene the question? Is it the biocene or the ecocene? What's the answer? So we can find the questions for those answers. And maybe, as much as we may say, well, you're hiding behind your questions, but if we seek an impossible answer, maybe the questions can be more interesting because they can be more open-ended. Regarding one of the things about placemaking community, I just wanted to share something across the pond where we teach in Canada. Every year we have a series of workshops where students design and build something in 2 weeks. And quite often they work with a professor, an instructor, in sharing design and then the construction. But the most interesting thing is the community involvement. And a lot of times with impoverished communities or with indigenous communities that have no access to design or almost anything. And what that has prompted, and this is a legacy that has been lasting for nearly 30 years, is that acute sensibility from our students towards listening, as Bernardo was saying, towards understanding whenever you go and work with a community, their priorities become your priorities as a designer. And what's interesting is a lot of times it's just a bench or it's just a small installation that needs to be built in 2 weeks. So it's something that I would say it doesn't really matter the scale. And I know this is a difficult question, as Marcus pointed out, but the impact of those 2 weeks can last for years. And what's interesting sometimes is 10 years go by, and someone from that community said, well, we did a workshop with you 15 years ago, there was this professor, and that professor is no longer with us, the students are no longer at the school, but the idea about connecting design and community is there. And I think there's a lot of potential in whatever scales. And I would say these conversations are part of that as well, which is to raise, I would say, beyond raising awareness, is to share those experiences. And again, obviously I'm connecting this to the Triennale. Our point is, it doesn't really matter the scale, it matters, again, this word, the impact. And I have to say, one of the things I remember listening from a very old student of ours many years ago, when we were offering, let's design a museum in a studio, like a very kind of traditional program in the 4th, 5th year of architectural studies. And I remember this person saying, if you want us to design museums, you send us to unemployment. But if you want us to design houses for people who really need, there's work for us forever. So that kind of acute sensibility towards what's my trajectory? And funnily enough, this person, who now lives in Mexico, is designing benches, small houses, etc., for people who have absolutely no money whatsoever. So it's interesting to see that we can seed those ideas and inspire people to think for themselves about how much they can design their own trajectory.
Thank you, Diego, for your comment. And
I love your comment about what is the question. I think that this is maybe the most difficult part of it all. Why do we create alternative master plans for the areas in 5 cities? What is the question? Who are we? Who is our audience? Who is the receiver of what we are doing? And the same in my work at home, the actions with artists, the interventions, who is the receiver of the message. In our case, I think that with this artistic work, we are creating the participation of local communities to create a critical mass. This is not towards decision makers directly at this moment, but the critical mass of the people getting aware of the situation, because not everybody is aware. We think that everybody is aware. No, not everybody is aware. My neighbors are still throwing plastic bottles into the garbage because they're not interested. And they are not dividing the garbage like everybody else is supposed to do because they are not interested on the simple individual level. So this is what the artists do. They show the situation, they create pictures, they create imagination, they appeal to imagination to build the critical mass of people who are aware of what is going on with climate, water or everything else. And this is our role. Then the role of architects, I think that you are right, Bernardo, that you are good at papers, you are good at drawings. Let's do what we are good at, everybody, and join forces. This is the issue, that this mixture of people is very interesting.
Thank you. Do we have still some Cristina, okay.
Okay, so I know a person that is interested in this topic for decades, and that person, we know it is, which is Pedro. And the passion that he showed since the beginning, it lives until now, and I think it will continue because he keeps on talking about this topic. Now, besides the passion that is essential, is to really put together a very good team. And it seems like in this room, and I know you for the first time, you seem to have that passion and you seem to have that joy to talk about this topic that is but it's not just about this room, it's about a topic that is interesting to all of us. So I know how hard it is to put a team together. And the moment you disassemble that team, you lose potential. So maybe things can continue in the future if that passion continues and if you all communicate with each other about what you're going to do in the future. But I think, like I said, water is a great topic and we all need to solve it. And we all need to understand it better because, in fact, most of the planet is about to solve that topic. So don't disassemble this team. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Cristina. I think this is the, let's say, directed to Pedro. Maybe, Pedro, you can just close today or give some last comment, and then we will open the discussion for tomorrow as well. Tomorrow we have still one day of conference.
So just to wrap up, at what time are we meeting tomorrow?
This I wanted to say after you say something, but tomorrow 10:30, so each day we are meeting a little bit later, but this is the registration. We will start with the presentation with the keynote speaker, which is Tiago Pitaecunha.
Okay, so
at 11, actually, and still about water.
Yeah, well, tomorrow I will introduce Tiago. It's okay, but he's not an architect. But he's a thinker, and he's a leader. He's the CEO of a very strong foundation. And I don't know if I can share that with you, but the foundation was actually created to invite him to be the CEO. So this is a very wealthy man in Portugal who created that foundation. And he has been doing outstanding work, to the point that last year he got the award, PSOA. PSOA award is the most prominent or the most significant figure in the country. And he will give us a not pessimistic, but a very intense perception of what is going on. He has a very broad perspective. So, I would say it would be an opportunity also for students of Lusophone. I don't know who is in contact with them, but it's quite unique because he doesn't lecture often in the country. He's more used to lecture in other places. And it's free. So, well, it's free until it gets full. Let's say that I've been discussing waterfronts with Iago for the last 20 years. So we are two of a kind, quite obsessed about the topic. Okay. Thank you all. I think it has been quite a privilege to have such a group and to have had the lectures we had today. Thank you all. See you tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Pedro. Thank you all.
No, it's just so we are less affected.